The last time on your Conquerors of Avernus escaped from Cania, the party found themselves traversing further through the maze. And for those watching, my apologies. There was a bit of a glitch, so I had to screenshot the old maze and put it in. We get a resolution drop, but at least we got something to play on. The players made their way through, and unfortunately for Kieran's character, he decided to teleport and triggered big bad trap. Fortunately, his rolls were awesome and he survived. The party moved on further and eventually found themselves coming into a hallway with a pair of doors. Behind it, they do not know, but when they breached the first door, they were greeted with the sight of a treasure chest, which of course turned out to be a mimic, and a battle ensued. As we now continue today, the second door remains in front of the party as they slowly glance around. All the while, the sounds of that infernal violin continue.
I wonder if Courtney knows she can listen to voice on her phone, because I assume that's what she's using.
Oh, that'd be pretty good. I could move her mini too.
Yeah.
I got no trouble moving her mini around and stuff for her to make life easier.
Okay, which way?
Ooh, did I do that in pictures? My bad.
Oh, shoot. I went back to the other one.
Well, you know, it's double the chances that it'll be spotted.
Meanwhile,
All right.
Bar's walking around like, what's up with
Sorry.
the floor here? It goes from dark to light.
My apologies. I'm just trying to remember where the
Oh, no worries.
sound is coming from, because it's been like a week, and my
that's,
memory is shit.
and that's the whole point of that specific challenge, is so you can determine which way the sound's coming from. The closer you get, the louder it gets, the further you are, the quieter. But so everyone can always, by all means, feel free to move your tokens around wherever you want. If I ever got really paranoid, I'd put up invisible walls to stop you and say, if you keep going, you're going to trigger a plot.
Yeah.
I believe was Alec eyeing up a treasure chest that was possibly a mimic.
Oh, down in the corner here?
Yeah.
Was it a...
Well, so I think what happened was Bellamy went there, saw it, went nope, and then Alec was just following after her to make sure she was okay, and then the last thing he did was he threw a rock at it. It didn't react.
Ah, it was a chest that I dropped there. It was part of a treasure roll that came up, and I don't think we rolled for it, did we?
Would none of us opened it?
Nope. Not as
Yet.
of yet. So that was essentially a treasure roll that we had just gotten to, but nothing had happened. I only know
Okay.
because I pulled up the picture and it's a treasure chest, so I know what I dropped there.
Right.
But you see the exclamation mark for what the hell was this?
So I did notice I am missing, not Nimbar, the Manifest Mind.
Is he not right here? This dude?
No, this was the creep on fire.
Oh.
Then we have the.
No, like,
The
you don't
similar-
see this one right here?
There's a third one there. Are
Yeah,
you sure?
that's not Nimbar. I just moved him. If he's not showing on your screen... Oh, sorry, I hit the door instead of him. I'm gonna delete him off, and I'll put him back on.
Yeah, I don't see him. So.
It could have been because he was shrunk down because you were using him mounted to you or something like that. You know where I'm going.
Okay. Alright, there we go. Yeah, no, like I even zoomed in when you were pointing there, and I was like, I don't see.
Well, that's the thing. I'm like, you see him right here, and you're like, do I see what? And it's like, okay, then he gets deleted and replaced. I see Courtney starting to get up and running. We're almost good to go.
She said she's on her iPad to watch the stream. Phone for voice.
Hi, can you hear me?
Oh, we can hear
Hi.
We can hear you.
Hi. Yeah, the stream is a no-go. I don't know what's happening with my internet today. I'm on my data on my phone because my internet will not connect to anything.
Oof. I will be extra descriptive then.
Okay.
So you'll be using mostly theater of the mind, and what I will also do, periodically as we go, I will take screenshots of the area so that you can see where the map is roughly, and I'll keep you up with the rest of the party.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Do you sorry, your internet, is it just you having the problem, or is it multiple people?
No, I just went and asked everyone, and they're all having the same issue.
Try unplugging the router for 10 seconds and plug it back in.
Yeah, we apparently they tried that before I even woke up.
Oof.
It's been an issue all morning, apparently.
Definitely don't do the Twitch stream if you're on data. It'll eat it so quick.
Yeah.
Yep.
But the Discord voice ain't
I will
too
just
bad.
use my imagination. It's a pretty good one. So don't wait up for me. I will just hang out here and chat and speak up if I need to.
And like I say, I'll get some pictures as we go so you can see what's going on at least. I'd send one now,
Okay, cool.
but the next part of the map is slightly revealed on mine. But to give you a reminder, and just trying not to mind all the exclamation marks, the map broke. It's the server's down for it. This should work though. I'll put it under the pictures as we go. There we are. So to give a quick refresh as Courtney's back, and Courtney, we do not have Kieran today. Unfortunately, a bit of ear issues for him, so he will be out for today's game. Hopefully he'll be back next week. I got my fingers crossed for him. Hope he heals quick. You can see on the little map I threw a picture up for you there. The players had made their way out from that bottom area covered in exclamation marks, which was map glitches, to this upper area where there were two doors. Behind one was a treasure chest, popped it open, and it was a mimic. Whooped the mimic's butt. And then Alec had found another treasure chest slightly south of that area, where the other big exclamation mark is. The rest of the map are not covered in these exclamation marks. I've got most of it copied over, but the bottom area I didn't really bother because I couldn't get a clean shot. I had to use our videos because the hosting site for my pictures for the map is down, so if they get it fixed before next week, I'm going to take a screenshot of the whole map again and redo it, just so I have it. So before we move on through the door, Alec was popping open a treasure chest to see what he got. Since I accidentally gave it away and said, oh yeah, that was a treasure drop. Damn it, he was still trying to figure that out, Alan.
Happens to us all.
So then, you go ahead and give me a roll of a D100. You got 3.
3 is a magic number.
Kind of impressive.
You obtain 3,000 gems. Sorry, 3,000 worth of gems. 3 1,000 gold point gems. Wow, I need the more coffee today for sure. And I'm going to need you to roll 1d8. Often with these, I do the rolls in advance and I tell you what the treasure is. This dungeon provides you with the opportunity to find these on your way through. And with your 4. Alright, I'm going to need you to roll 4 separate D100s for your treasure.
Okie dokie. Oh. So we're starting off 37.
Alright, you find 1 potion. I'll list them as we go, but I'm just going to give you the basics. A 32. Another potion. A 76. A strange black smoky oil inside of a jar. And with a 49. Another potion. Specifically, what you have found is a potion of diminution, a potion of clairvoyance, oil of etherealness, and a potion of stone giant strength. I've listed those in there, and I'm going to pop them in the Discord as I've been doing under, was it handouts? Nope, let's put in the general. Put it there too. Along with, the money.
3,001 point gems.
Oh,
Oh no, there's money.
Oh.
However, since that's a flat thing with these, I roll it myself. I wonder if this will work. You find 46,000 pieces of gold in the chest as well. And 28,000 pieces of platinum.
Sorry, you said 28,000 pieces of platinum.
Yep. 46,000 pieces of gold, 28,000 pieces of platinum.
that's a lot.
Quite literally an embarrassment of riches.
Oh, I feel so bad. If Jade was here, he'd be Scrooge McDucking so many times. He'd be like, I'm just gonna dump this, but sadly...
It's alright. When they meet up again, you'll just see Alec using mold earth to create a giant hole in the ground and then just emptying Chompy.
Oh.
And then just go, there you go.
Well then, at this point, in the hallways, as Alec is dragging along a treasure chest that he's putting into a box, you know? As he's dragging it along and he's looking up, the party has a door in front of themselves, or they can continue through the halls.
So we can either go through the door in front, or we can go, like, over this way. Well, over this way.
Have we been through a door yet?
We have not been through this door. We opened this door, but we haven't been through the second one that was guarded. And we haven't been this way. I personally like the idea of a door.
Yeah, I was feeling the door as well, so that works out.
I'm gonna mage hand to open the door. And it's locked.
It might be locked. I was gonna let you know if it's locked or not once the team gives the A-OK on that mage hand. I leave all doors locked. But you gonna mage hand it? No problems?
Yeah.
As the hand wiggles the door, it starts to give, and you could, in fact, open that one up.
Okay.
And as the door slowly creaks...
You want me to go first to absorb some damage?
Probably a good plan.
Yeah, let Flux go first.
Flux slowly makes her way into the large chamber, which appears 30-40-ish feet across and quite tall. Well, as much as any other area in here. Stone pillars have long since crumbled and fallen to the floor, making difficult terrain on the ground on this ice, even though they continue into the ground some feet below, here and over here. You also notice the destroyed remnants of a sarcophagus in the bottom left of this area, and in the top right, a complete sarcophagus in almost immaculate condition. What might catch your eyes, however, is the large metal sphere floating above a stone design dais at the top of this room. I'm just going to go ahead and move Flux into position number 1 on there if you don't mind. And I'm just going to move it over here so I can fill up the whole map that way. I'm just doing that.
By all means.
The reason I am doing this is so I can quickly print screen it. You'll have an updated picture this way, slapped up in pictures channel for Courtney. A picture's worth 1,000 words after all. So, Flux, as you step foot into this room, what do you do?
I mean, I'll look around before I do anything else.
I know Kieran's not here, but Can we still have him tap his staff to cast detect magic?
Takes
check.
a moment. He slides the glasses up on his nose that he's never mentioned wearing before as he nods. I most certainly am capable of casting that. Yes, hold on a moment as he starts to work on the detect magic as a ritual.
No, he has it on his staff. He just
Detect
taps it
magic
on
with his magical staff. Gives it a tap, and it's cast.
Yeah.
He makes mention that the orb radiates a series of different magical auras. He takes a 5-foot step in fact, into the room as he comes up beside Flux, because he needs to get a bit closer to actually see that. It's almost at the 30 feet, as you can tell here. And he wants a complete view, including the back wall. And he's rubbing his chin, giving a nod like, yes, I can see the designs here, and you can see there's some etherealness to that. There's multiple forms of magical on there. It seems to be a magical construct of some form. I'm not sure what the exact purpose is, but we may have to investigate it further to see, as it's not radiating any one specific school.
Nimbarrow, get a little closer.
Lulu, meanwhile, still sort of dragging Flux along at this point, flaps around and goes behind Flux. You can push her head against Flux's back to push her forward instead for movement at this time, saying, right, you know how this works. You're the frontliner. I'm gonna get you where you need to go.
Very sensible. Thank you, Lulu. MVP as always.
So then, who's first to walk in and check this room out?
I don't suppose I see anything dangerous with my big ol' 11 perception check.
No, the silence permeates this room. The cold.
Yeah, I thought
of the
not.
air.
Okay, I mean, I'll toss a rope to my buddy Alec in case the floor falls out from under me. And,
He does his best to brace.
well, we're on ice, so if I start falling, chances are you're just gonna skid along, but might be enough to slow me down.
Lulu takes
Okay,
a
so-
moment and super tightens the ropes between herself and yourself, since she's pushing from behind, and she gives a nod. Well, if you fall and I'm fast enough, I'll be able to fly you, just not a very far. Ooh.
Okay. You're the best, Lulu. Alright,
Nimbarrow's don't worry, I gotcha.
I'll take a step forward. That's Alec for some reason. I just moved. Strange.
As you take a 5-foot step further into the room, glancing around, you hear something that may very well cause that blood of yours to chill even further, Dragonborn. I'm assuming
Great.
Dragonborns are cold-blooded.
I would assume.
Wow, you can't just assume all lizards are cold-blooded.
I mean, I think I would be dead if I was fully cold-blooded. We'll
going
just say
from-
that I'm lukewarm-blooded.
I was making thumps on my microphone, but Discord was cutting it out. Good job, Discord. I mean that honestly too, like noise cancellation. But you hear a thumping coming from the room as you stand there.
Is it coming from one of the coffins?
It's coming from the sealed coffin. A continued thumping as you stand there.
I will tell everyone what I heard. Want to open it up and fight it?
I mean, it's better than it opening itself up while I'm trying to figure out the sphere.
Alright, I'll get over there and brace
Just
behind.
before you...
Oh, my
Give an
bad.
option.
Yeah, I was gonna say, let's get, everyone into the room before we do that.
I suppose we probably could have just left it alone, huh? But I feel like I've already said it, so...
Oh, I wanted to check it out before because I want the sphere. And yes, spending 11 minutes with knocking probably isn't gonna happen.
Right.
They should. Where would Bellamy normally be?
usually stays relatively.
Mid to
Well,
far range
Courtney's-
most fights.
Courtney's still on voice comms, right?
Yep. She might just be a little bit on the
Yeah.
wonkier side.
Yeah, I'm here. I usually hang out towards like the middle of the group.
Yeah.
Like,
My estimate, and I'm gonna do a picture here for you. I'll just slap it up as an update of that alt print screen. That'd be about what I would interpret. As the team moves into position, you continue to hear Flux. More thumping from inside.
yeah. What's that brown square thing?
Oh, that was the square block with a sphere floating above it. According to Isaac, it radiates multiple forms of magic, like most magical items, so he's unable to perfectly determine the nature of it, but that can be made sensible for these sort of things.
Okay.
Once he's walked further into the room, as he's looked around, he's able to confirm that the brazier down here in the south corner of the room, that little brown circle on the map,
Mm-hmm.
appears to also contain a similar vein of magic to the sphere.
I can't wait to figure this out.
But he can't tell what school?
No specific school, multiple forms of magic.
Okay.
He's like, I see conjuration, I see transmutation, evocation, and a few others. So it's most likely a multi-layered spell with multiple effects, but nothing too specific. He starts to go on further. You see this on magical items and swords and weapons. It keeps them lasting for an extended period of time as opposed to being temporary. And I'm gonna pull a Mojo Jojo with his character, and that's what he's doing, which also gives me the excuse to not have to do much with his character at the moment, because he'll be going on to the theory of magical items, which probably means Nimbar is also going on the theory of magical item as well right now. You know, scholarly debates and all that.
Not really, because we're preparing to fight the Naki, but
I know. I'm looking for that silly plot point so I can have Kieran mostly on autopilot without ruining his character.
well, Kieran
you-
can talk to Kieran.
There's a
Did you
what
just
now?
spoil what the monster was, John?
I said the knocking.
Oh, the knocking. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I didn't really hear the hard G, so I thought it was like the name of a monster based off that little peak that we saw of what it looks like.
Now
Not
make-
recognize it that quickly.
The Noglin. Alan writes that down for later. I like that.
Oh boy. You're welcome.
Oh, yeah. Have to make it real strong just for Flux.
I have a spell that might be helpful if we're worried about like something coming out of that thing. I have Aura of Purity,
Okay.
and
Lulu would look right at Bellamy nodding and say, oh yeah, we're worried. Oh.
yeah, so basically it's any creature within 30 feet, so I just checked and basically I can cover this whole entire room.
Oh yeah.
Each non-hostile creature in the aura, including me, can't become diseased, has resistance to poison damage, and has advantage on saving throws against effects that cause any of the following conditions: blinded, charmed, deafened, frightened, paralyzed, poisoned, stunned.
That's great.
And as you can
Okay,
see,
you know what?
Fantastic.
Cover that up.
I mean, if you feel comfortable burning that spell, I think that would be
Yeah.
fantastic.
also
Okay,
through-
I will put that up. So that's concentration for the next 10 minutes. So keep me honest if we get into a fight.
Yeah, for sure.
Alright,
and what
so-
was this spell called?
It's called Aura of Purity.
Or Purity. Okay.
Alrighty. So you see Bellamy take a moment and she waves her hands in front of her face, brings them down and said, "We've mumbled some things for a blessing, but it sounds almost like a song as she has mixed the bardric knowledge of her capacity with the clerical aspects in order to create the beautiful music of healing, as I would like to say." And then, like that, bam, Bellamy, you are now affecting 11 creatures with your power-up. Everyone's covered. Yay!
And there was much rejoice.
Way to go, Courtney.
Yeah. All right.
I just realised something. I can't believe it. I never put two and two together. So she's a cleric and a bard. So she's like Christian rock.
Is
Or
that what you are, Courtney?
other similar religious rock fusion.
Do we just start calling Bellamy Kirsten Rock?
Bellamy just waves a hand. No. Creed stole that.
Alright. But I think we're ready if we want to give it a little nudge.
Okay, Flux will brace herself against the pillars and do a little, like, leg push to get the thing off so she's not touching it with her hands.
It was a mimic the entire time. Oh man.
Courtney, as Jillian's getting ready to shove and she gives a shove to that lid, give me a quick wisdom check. Actually, Courtney, if you want, I can roll that for you. I can pull up your character sheet and click the button. Because you did mention things were being wonky on your side for that stuff.
Yeah, it's real difficult for me to try and roll right now.
Alright, give me 1 second. I'm going to give that a roll for you. And this is just
Thanks,
straight up a
Mikey.
wisdom save.
Okay. My computer's almost done, so it should be up and running soon.
I mean, hopefully the internet will work.
Let's hope.
Ooh. Bellamy aces it with a 14. And the DM's words come back to haunt you as Flux is shoving her shoulder against the casket. You think to yourself, sweet! Sweet! I'm covering 11 creatures with this power-up. However,
I was trying to count, but I kept tripping up on all the extras we have, like the simulacrums and such.
you'll probably notice a big old gasp from Fulminoxus as the chest lid goes back and an honest-to-goodness look of surprise on her face. Because of what she finds in that casket is... Dramatic pause. This might take a second for things to line up on time.
Did Fergus just body slam his tube?
No, he just pushed it against his bacon, and then his bacon hit against one of the empty storage containers you have in here.
Okay.
Chain reaction.
Vampires even stay and sleep in these things. They're so uncomfortable, you know? And I like a bell. He's...
My protection, kitty boy!
Lulu jumps a couple times. What's going on? Oh, it's Jade! Oh, hi! And she runs over too.
Flux gives him a big bear hug.
Alec awkwardly latches on behind.
Yep.
Welcome back, man.
And your question, John. Yes, I am playing this Sunday.
Yeah. I didn't realize you had access to internet not here.
Oh, yeah.
I've had internet since last Sunday. I didn't join last Sunday. We were going to do this last Sunday, but my system was updating it and everything.
Plus,
Well,
on top
I'm
of that, I had to
pleasantly
camp it in.
surprised.
I was gonna say, Alan, was this some kind of elaborate scheme? Like, did you just say you were going to dinner with your family?
No, that would have been...
Oh, sorry.
Like, he would have been here last week, too, if not for
Yeah.
that. Like, oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Because he got in touch, and he's like, hey, and I'm like, hey, with restrictions light, and he goes, no, it's all good, I got internet. It's like, oh, yes! Even better.
Yay!
So we put a
Yeah,
little
I went down to the Eastlink store to deal with it, and I'm like, "Hey, what can you do for me?" And they're like, "Here, we'll give you this deal." So it's like $80 some with taxes in for internet.
That's not
Nice.
Nice.
Eastlink might be shitty, but at least they're affordable.
Right, and that's their higher speed internet too.
bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get like 30 megabytes on my downloads now. I need more upload though. So with that, you see, Jade is back. Now,
How did
This big, ugly crying from the three
How did you
Three
get
original
stuck
friends.
in the coffin, though?
I think Jillian was about to ask it, or Flux was about
I
to
was.
ask it. She's like,
I was, yeah.
How did you? And Nimbar just pops up. How in the hell? How did you get over into that coffin from here? This makes no sense. So, and I didn't actually fully tell Dan either. I was like, I've got it. I know how this works. So let me give you an update on Dan's story. What happened to Jade? When you all went on your journey, as you recall, there was an avalanche. During this time, Gargoth and Jade were going around the island on the boat. Gargoth was seated quite comfortably on a chair on the deck, flipping through a book. Every now and again, Jade would pose some questions at him, and he'd give some decent responses. You know, he made a good conversationalist. But it was fairly smooth sailing, until that avalanche got triggered. Gargoth pretty much laughed, and was absolutely no help whatsoever for Jade, as Jade had to fight against the snow and the hail and the avalanche that absolutely completely buried the ship. When Jade woke up, he was below deck along with all of your people. Gargoth is just sort of floating around like, hey, you lived. Again, absolutely no help. When Jade questioned why, Gargoth's response was very simple. He only agreed to guide you to get to Mephisto's lair. He didn't agree to help. However, through great work and perseverance over the next day, Jade was able to dig the ship free and continue to sail his way around. All the while, probably not having the best of times with Gargoth, who wouldn't even give a crap because he's not a nice person. The worst, though, Jade, when you finally looped around to the end of this horrid island, seeing the storms that billowed on top of it and the righteous destruction being caused, you know, the other path the party could have taken, walking across the top and dealing with a different type of challenge. You didn't see your friends or anyone nearby, and when you looked towards Gargoth for some info, he was even confused, like, I figured they'd be here by now, it's not that bad of a walk. And Gargoth, and you basically managed to convince Gargoth to at least do you guys a kindness. There's not going to be much fun for him. And he basically said, okay. And tried to communicate to his shield that the party is carrying. Because he said, I can touch base with them, no problem. It just so happened, at that exact moment, for the 1 in a trillion cosmic opportunity chance, was when Isaac decided, I'm a teleport. Right when Gargoth attempted to communicate with the party. The resulting backlash of energies gave him a mild headache and caused an odd burst of energy to surge forth, and the next thing Jade knew, he was here. Isaac would speak up around this point that because he has detect magic still running, that he can see the energies of the teleportation, those magical spells still clinging to Jade, and it would appear, as Isaac says with a bit of a laugh, scratching the back of his head, it looks like my spell might have sucked him up when Gargoth was communicating with us. Wow. What are the cosmic odds, hey? Yeah.
That's an insane story, and I love it.
Lulu, meanwhile, is just going to pause and say, oh, wait a sec. Our ride right now is in the hands of a super devil? Oh. She looks over towards Courtney's character, Bellamy, and she gives a nod. I hope that little red cap who follows you around like he knows the cure for everything, knows his stuff. But by the magic of abusing plot, because we'll give Courtney a minute as well. She's, as we know, her computer might get up and running soon. That's going to be good. By the magic of overlapping plots and reading too closely into fine details. Jade's back.
Yay! That's all that really matters. Good Dougie. Hey, Alec, you should tell him what we found in the last room.
He's been watching the stream. He knows. He's kept himself nice and caught up. I'm actually going to take a moment and step back. As a game note, I have to give Jade a point of inspiration because his player, Dan, listened through all of the previous recordings on YouTube, and as you know, each one of those are like 3.5 hours. So,
Yeah.
that's an impressive level of
Okay.
back work to do. Like, I don't even read for that long. So, that's a point of inspiration. It's the best I can give you.
That's great.
Anybody need inspiration? I already have it.
I actually just got some last week.
It's the only part in the back I can give out
I'm
besides saying
fairly
this dungeon's
certain
more
I need it, actually. No, I have it.
Maybe Courtney?
She just popped off Discord. I think her computer might be coming back.
Probably
online,
switching.
so trying.
Yeah.
We'll leave that point floating at the moment. We'll check with her once she's in. Worst case, if Kieran needs it next week, when he comes in, I'll retroactively give it to him if it doesn't get used today. For Courtney, I mean. Like, later on, if you use it and then say, okay, I'm going to take that one from earlier, Alan, you said it could be used today. That's like John says, sometimes I go back and I listen to the wordings of what Alan said.
Alright, well, now that there's no thumping, Nimbar will come over here, and Claude Nimbar will come over here, and we're both going to ritual cast Identify.
Oh, on the orb?
On the orb and then on the thing.
Alec will pass Chompy back to Jade.
They don't appear to be equipable magic items. They appear to have magical function, and it appears to be straightforward. However, as you walk forward, I'm going to ask, who's the first person to touch it? Nimbar or not Nimbar?
Nimbar.
Nimbar walks over and he's like, alright, let's see what this orb thing is all about. I'm gonna find this magic out. He puts his hands on the orb and he turns to stone.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Not Nimbar will not touch this one.
I hope you have a spell for that, clone boy.
What? Oh, whoops, I'm looking at the wrong character.
Of that identify spell. You must be in physical contact with the object, and you turn to stone.
Yeah.
John leans
Yeah.
back like, oh, that's a conundrum.
Alright. Trying to think
Meanwhile, Lulu's gonna walk over, tilt her head to the side as she looks at Nimbar, looks back at the rest of the party. Oi, I thought we said no hobbit leaf. You're not allowed getting stoned on this trip. Oh. One of you lot can fix him, right? I seen you bring back the dead.
I can do it.
like I have a level 9 spell that'll do it.
However, your character is frozen. However, John, to add a little insult to injury, your character is perfectly aware of what's going on in their surroundings.
Oh, is it? I'm curious then.
You can still think and hear and smell. You don't seem to be able to breathe. You can just pick up smells as they waft by. Your body seems to be in a suspended state of animation and turn entirely to stone.
Let me just read something there.
Hey Alec, didn't we see something similar to this in the Dungeon of the Mad Mage? As soon as he stops touching that, he should return back to normal and not be stone.
Did we?
Flux will lift him away from it. See
We
what
saw
happens.
something similar to that. Yes, it was a trap, and when you touched it, everyone saw you turn to stone or something else.
Flux is
And
like,
then
no
when-
problem.
And
Walks
then
over.
when you stopped touching it, you went back to normal. It put you into, I think it was an accelerated state of time.
Flux walks over, grabs onto him to pull him off. I mentioned this because she immediately said, oh, okay, I'll go take him off the stone, right?
Yeah, but I'm not touching the orb.
No,
I'm
you're gonna
very
lean
careful
down.
not to touch it.
Oh, sorry, I had you by Nottingham. I had you by Nottingham bar. Let me move you there. So you reach down and you put your hands on the tiny little guy, and Flux turns to stone.
Fuck's sake. Alright. I'm sorry. Jillian is sorry. Flux can't say anything.
Flux is like, okay, thanks, Jade. We're gonna get this one fixed. Touches him, boom, turns to stone. Jade's like, oh, huh. Must be a Tuesday. I never could get the hang of Tuesdays.
So
What?
we'll turn around and look at the other orb.
The empty brazier.
Oh yeah, the empty brazier.
Yep. Oh, poor Jillian. Or, not poor Jillian, not poor Courtney. She's not back yet. I was hoping her systems would be A-okay for her. Anything on the Discord? No. She might be working through a Windows update. Because Bellamy's gonna step back and be like, whoa, that's not good. Lulu shakes her head. No, I feel bad now making jokes. I was expecting this to be simple.
Well, Lulu does have an orb of invulnerability, so
that's what they're besides.
I don't know if
I'm
that
looking
makes a
at
difference.
empty.
Probably not. I'm sure you would have considered that.
This may not work.
Don't mind me, I'm just putting it up.
I'm going to mage. Copy Nimbar is going to mage hand and touch this one. Does mage hand become stoned?
Nope. Lulu, however, is floating around these two. Like, oh, come on. Oh, why does it have to be a strong spell? Just go away. Oh, damn it.
Is there fuel in the unlit?
Nothing at all. Give me a perception check as you peek at it. As you're looking to see if there's fuel. The remnants of.
Okay.
With a 23, you can confirm that you don't even see a single scorch pitch at the bottom of this brazier for ever having had any fuel in it at all.
Right. Not Nimbar is going to check this out. Is there any words or anything on this? I'm not touching it with the copy.
Oh, on this one over here?
Yeah.
Glancing at it, there appears to be some runes on it, though nothing you can really read too easily.
Is it like I can't read it because it's in a different language?
Give me an intelligence check as you read over. Not Nimbar walks over. He's like, oh, well, it looks like I'm dead. Well, I better not die now. Crouches down reading it. You're able to determine that the base script that is being used to construct the wording is most certainly celestial in origin, but you've never seen the wordings that they're using.
Alright, Nimbar's gonna come over here. I'm going to ritual cast comprehend languages.
An angel girl speak celestial.
Lulu tilts her head a bit.
Almost certainly.
As she's
Wait.
looking over the wordings, and she goes, well, yeah, I can read celestial. I'm educated. But I can't read this. This is really messed up. It's like around thee, but now I don't. I've never seen anything even look remotely like this. I swear. Mutters something about the French that she doesn't understand.
Okay, actually, so would Nimbar have would the copy Nimbar have his own awakened spellbook?
I think we talked about this in a previous session, and I thought we arrived at no, because it's if you were to, you can awaken different spell books, but it cancels the first one out.
Right.
There was some rule to that regard that the Bob
damn it.
oversaw
Right.
to you. Because we actually had to take a stop and read that one up. I'd have to go back and check.
No, that sounds about right.
Now, you're
Because
awakened
I know I
spellbook.
couldn't. I knew I couldn't manifest mine. So yeah, that would make sense.
If your character is still aware then your manifest mind, is it even affected?
Yeah, well, the problem is, like, I need the Awakened Spellbook in order for me to do the ritual casting thing.
Oh, I meant like communicating with your manifest mind.
Speaking of which, Lulu actually technically speaks telepathy. So could Flux communicate through Lulu? Like, technically, all of Lulu's interactions would have been.
The problem is
Telepathic.
usually you can speak telepathically, but you still have to have a effect that lets you read minds. Usually.
Oh,
Like,
usually
it
it's
could
two-way
be
stream
strong.
of telepathy when you have it as an ability. You get to communicate and send back when it's creatures. I'm trying to find through for telepathy. I don't have it on our base character sheet.
It's right here. I'm looking at it right now on D&D Beyond. Celestial and telepathy 100.
Attributes, special traits. Telepathy, 120 feet. There it is. I believe that allows two-way communication in D&D. But now I'm going to just double check on that one, John. Give me one moment here.
Because I know for the feed itself, it definitely doesn't. But
Yeah, it's exactly as I would have assumed for the telepathy for magical creatures. A creature without telepathy can receive and respond to telepathic messages, but can't initiate or terminate a telepathic conversation. So you'll have a moment where Lulu's floating around like, oh my god, I don't know, okay, Nimba, I don't know, wait a second. Oh, that's right. And she starts concentrating really hard. She stares at Flux, and you can just hear her voice in your head. Fluminoxis, can you hear me?
I can't hear you, Lulu. Why are you talking like a ghost?
She jumps like 5 feet. Oh crap, it worked. I keep forgetting about that. Oh my word. Whew. Okay, Flux is alive. It's okay, Flux. Lulu pauses as she goes back over to telepathy. It's okay. We're gonna get you. Wait a second. I'm talking like a ghost. That's really weird. We're gonna figure this one out, Flux. Don't you worry.
I'm not worried. Can you tell them that I'm really sorry?
I will. Oh shit, I should probably tell Nimba he's okay. Hold on. Hey Nimba, how you doing, buddy? Yeah, we're gonna get you out. Don't worry, man.
Was he okay?
she'll notice that the mind like floats over to her, and just kind of stares at her a little bit.
She looks over at it, looks back towards the two of you stoned, and she's like, Nimba, if you're able to communicate with your mind thingy, would you be able to tell it to stop looking at me? It's really creepy. I don't know what it wants. She looks over, I ain't got no cookies.
Yeah, Nimbar will think to Lily, yeah, I can still move it. It can't talk to you, though.
Oh, that's alright, I can do the talking. But I gotta communicate with you before I can communicate back. So, if you need anything, just come poke me on the head, and I'll jump right in. And oh my god, I don't know how we're gonna fix this one.
Well, first...
She goes to lay a trunk on Flux's shoulder, you know, like the patra at condolences stops at the last second. Oh, that would've been bad.
Hey, don't touch me! Don't touch me!
Nimbar will go, the first step is to not make any more hasty decisions, because that has not worked out thus far. Let my copy cast the comprehend language, see if we can understand what it's saying.
The words.
Please let the others know, so that way no one else tries anything rash.
Yeah. So you have successfully casted comprehend languages on yourself. Now what?
And he's going to go over and try and read it.
Okay. You read the comprehend language spell, right?
I did not mean to do that.
There's a single one-liner in there. In order to understand the languages, what must you do?
Oh my god.
You have to have a hand on contact with the surface in order to comprehend the language.
I completely missed that.
Meanwhile,
If you have the spell cast and you put your hand on it and get turned to stone, but you're staring at it, you'll know what it says. Right?
Yeah, that does not help us in the long run. Alright.
Alec is probably gonna light a torch and put it in the brazier with any small bits of flammable material he can find, because he just doesn't know what else to do. It seems like a brazier should be lit.
As they're doing their thing and you light a torch and throw it through the air, you're like, why not? It's something, and it lands into the middle of the brazier. It is incinerated entirely as a burst of green flame erupts up, torrenting in a small vortex in the middle, before it begins to settle back down. You notice all the while, runes now light up inside the bowl in the same green color, circling their way towards the outside rim. They're not in a language that you recognize.
Lulu does speak Celestial, by the way.
Yep. And it's all gobbledygook.
If
where
that's
it's
helpful.
like, it's
Yeah,
the celestial
yeah.
script. It looks like celestial words, but it's like habadigalugabla or eat a banana.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Yeah, I remember you saying that.
Guys, I did something.
I did a thing.
And I was like, oh no, what do you do?
Nimbar will look at it.
And I'm just checking because I feel like
No
that
much
may be
Abyssal,
Bellamy.
Infernal, and Dwarf.
Yes. Okay. Unfortunately, Courtney's having some technical issues today. She would have been all over this with her character if she was. But when you see the thing pop up, Bellamy's head's gonna pop over beside Alec. 2 arms behind her back as she leans forward. She goes, ooh, yeah, that's all celestial. What the hell does any of that say? It's just like the other spot. I can't read it either. Bellamy is fluent in the celestial script, but even though she can read the letters, it's like someone mashed it on a keyboard and it looks like garbage.
Flux will try to ask Lulu, do they make sense together?
Lulu's like, 1 second. Flaps over, looks down into the bowl, shakes her head. No, I ain't getting nothing from... Oh, hang on. And she closes her eyes, goes back to telepathy. No, I ain't getting nothing from this one. It's the same sort of gobbledygook. I've never understood it. You're gonna need that comprehend languages, magical stuff, but I don't know about... Oh, God, you gotta touch it.
Alright.
Can,
I think...
Can someone who can't cast, like, Greater Restoration touch this brazier and see if it does anything?
Alright. I'm trusting you. Copy Nimbar will grab it.
And as you put your hands on the brazier, the words reconstitute themselves before your vision as it translates whatever that odd language is in the celestial script. Burning around the edge of the bowl, you see it says inside, it takes 4 hands. Over and over and over.
Take 4 hands.
So 4 people have to touch the thing?
Possible. But does Flux count where she's not touching it? She's touching Nimbar?
Oh, I see Courtney keeps popping in and out of Discord, breaking my heart.
Well, the 4 of us could try touching this bottom one, because you're not stone so far.
Yeah. Jade, if you would. Thank God we have so many extras, so.
Or should one of the Isaacs do it in place of me, because I've still got the unpetrify stuff
Yeah, that makes sense.
in case.
It takes 4 hands, so 2 people can do 4 hands.
That's
Alright.
also a very good point.
Alright, Nimbar will put his second hand on.
Isaac
looks
gives a
at
nod,
Jade.
He goes, I will definitely help you with this, no problem. And he looks over at, not Isaac. He's like, hey, get over here. It's like, damn it. This is abuse of magical privileges, isn't it? And the other Isaac looks at himself. This is why I made you. And he goes, oh, right. And you can just remake. Sounds good. And he puts 2 hands onto the edge of the brazier as well. and nothing happens.
Do they get petrified?
Nope, nothing at all. They're just standing there with their hands on it, and he's like, the glow looks nice, but I can't read it.
So now,
Well, I
Back
hope you
to-
guys know what you're doing.
we almost certainly do not.
I'll put 2 hands on this one.
God, my nerves.
The top one that turned them to stone.
Alright. As Jade lays both his hands on it, you look towards... oh, pardon me, coffee went down the wrong way. Just 1 second.
I miss Jade.
I like the dramatic pauses. You look towards Nimbar and Flux as both of their bodies turn back to flesh. Nimbar with 2 hands on the sphere and Jade as well.
Is Jade okay?
Lulu, meanwhile, flies over as fast as she can and basically headbutts Flux in the shoulder. At such an incredible speed and velocity, you hear your armor ring. However, Flux is a walking tank, so it's kind of like someone patting you on the shoulder. She's like, let him go, Flux, turn back a stone.
Yeah. Alright, release on 3. 3, 2, 1.
I let go.
Yeah, let go.
So Jade and Flux lets go, and then Jade lets go, but Nimbar's still holding on.
No, obviously when Dimbar said 3, he's gonna...
Okay,
Or
so
1, rather.
what I need then from both Nimbar and Jade is a dex roll off to see who lets go first, because you can't both let go at the same time. It's entirely impossible.
Saving throw or ability, sorry.
Just a straight ability throw. You're both taking your hands off and trying to synchronize your time, so we're gonna see who's first. Flux!
We don't know who's
Okay.
gonna win the deck save.
I don't
Flux.
think Jade can roll that low.
I don't think so either.
Flux lets go first, and she's fine. Jade lets go half a moment before Nimbar, and you see Nimbar returns to stone.
Right, so I touched the statue. Tim,
With both hands?
the orb. Yeah, with both hands. I do
And
that.
You return to stone.
Wait, we have 4 hands on it though.
She's
No.
she said she put her hands on you.
No, I meant to say the orb.
Oh, by
I
mistake,
may
I
have
take that back.
misspoke, but I did. I think I said the statue, but I meant to say the orb.
Okay, my bad. I take that one back. And when you put 2
It's
hands
okay.
on the orb,
It's okay.
it turns Nimbar back to normal.
Oh, okay, good. Good. On the count of 3 again? We'll try again?
I mean... Yeah, I guess.
Okay. You count again.
Alex starts looking at the copies of Nimbar and Isaac.
Wait a minute. Let's... I do apologize, but can I get you to keep your hands on there? Nimbar is... The copy Nimbar is going to ritual cast Identify.
Ah, alright.
Well, we have our hands there. So that way he can touch it and hopefully not get turned to stone.
I mean, I think I know what it does.
But there may be a trigger that we can use to stop it.
I know, I couldn't
Yeah.
help but be sassy.
No, yeah.
Yeah.
I think Flux knows what it does for sure. It turns people to stone who touch it.
While
After-
they're looking at casting Identify, can Alec look around this broken sarcophagus to see if there's anything of interest?
You can certainly do a perception check on it to see what you can find.
Cool.
And I will say, after you identify the orb, you found it is a stone thrower orb. Anyone who touches it will be immediately turned to stone, unless at least 2 people are touching it with 4 hands. So long as there are at least 4 hands on it, it will disable this effect. However, there is no way to remove someone from it short of using a remove curse on that person. Attempting greater restoration or other such healative spells on someone turned to stone by the orb will actually have no effect.
would
By
need to remove.
analyzing the orb, however, you don't seem to see a way to deactivate the orb.
Well, you know how you made those copies just in case?
Alright.
That seems like a just in case.
So, Copy Nimber is going to put his 2 hands on it. Flux, go ahead and take yours off.
I will.
And then the original Nimber will take it off. And then the original Nimber is going to crack his knuckles and cast Dispel Magic at 3rd level.
Before you... He said remove curse, not Dispel Magic.
I'm going to just turn off this item forever.
Oh, okay.
Well, you're gonna try.
Yeah. Apparently I'm not, though. Unless it's somehow 3rd level or lower. Does anyone have remove curse that they can use, I suppose?
The
Sorry,
only
I'm finding
person.
the recording. Looks like she will be out today. There were too much data issues. I'll have this recording out for her, but oh, that sucks.
The only
Aw.
person who might have it is Bellamy, because she's a cleric, but if she doesn't have it prepared, then
I'm looking through
that
these
would be... Maybe she would be able to cast it after a long rest, but we
Oh,
think we just long
wait.
rested.
Just 1 second. Hang on.
spells. According to the clock, you've almost wrapped all the way around on another day, so... Oh, right, no, your days are backwards. That's how it works.
I got excited because I thought Lulu had remove curse, but she doesn't.
Nimber is going to put his hands back on the thing, freeing not Nimber. Alright, you're gonna do that thing. Okay, boss. Not Nimber, I'll take it off. Come over here. And then the copy not Nimber is gonna make a wish.
Before you waste that level of spell,
Yeah?
crazy idea, but what if we get 2 people here, put where Flux is standing and you are, put a quarter staff between them while they're still alive and just push them off.
Ooh, that's a good idea.
Okay, let's try it.
Do you think that will work, or do you think their turning to stone would cause them to snap in half as a stone statue? Or should we try and find... was there anything in this sarcophagus?
Nope, just you. That's enough treasure, man. Come on.
No, I was just wondering if there was like another body in there or something.
Maybe some bones and dust, actually.
Oh my god. Wait, no, I've got it. Someone put 2 hands on it. Jade and Flux, put both hands on it for me, please.
Okay.
Not
I'll do it.
Nimber and not Nimber are gonna cast Mage Hand. Put those hands on it. Okay. One of you now you guys both pull off.
Okay.
Okay, yeah.
I'm gonna say Flux
Good.
is slower than Jade. That's fair. I mean, I could
But
make you
it-
roll for it, because I will say Mage Hand won't have any effect on that orb. It only works
Damn
on
it.
creatures. Clever, though.
Damn it.
As Flux is turning from stone back to normal because somebody else put their hands back on, you see Nimbar cursing, and you're like, "Oh, didn't work, eh?"
Oh, God, I'm starting to feel a little stiff, you guys. Ah!
Lulu's gonna look at Flux and she's like, a pun? Really? Oh, Flux, I don't think you're doing too good right now. You sure you're not feeling unwell? Your voice is sounding a little gravelly.
Oh, Lulu.
All right, let's not take all these puns for granted.
Nice.
Can't you guys just summon familiar, get your familiars to touch them, then us move off, and then summon familiar again?
Not a bad idea.
Would that work, or would the summon familiar fail because he's already summoned in the material plane but turned to stone?
Theoretically, we could dismiss them and then resummon them.
You see the little imp sitting on Alec's shoulder mutters, theoretically.
And the poor thing's also already claustrophobic.
Yup. Well, he tried to desummon him and it wouldn't work. Big Evil Bad was like, oh no, I did something really mean today. Oh.
So when you say resummon, do you mean like when you dismiss them as an action, then bring them back, or do you mean go through the
I mean, we can try both, right?
ritual?
I don't know how this works. I don't summon familiars. You guys do.
I mean, it's an idea for sure. Though it's not really fair for us to ask for you to sacrifice your familiars.
We could try it.
Well,
Did that fit? Go ahead.
we only need to sacrifice one because it has two hands, right? And like, unfortunately, like mine's not currently summoned, and when I summon mine, mine's an owl, so it doesn't have hands. So do talons even count? That's a question for philosophers.
Hmm. Alec will ask his imp if he's willing to do it, but I don't know how to decide that because he is
Oh, yeah.
claustrophobic now, and
He's more than down for it. Being turned to stone isn't that bad. He's like, well, so long as you're not putting me inside that sarcophagus turned to stone, we're okay.
Okay, well, we'll see if it works. Just about, did I find anything in that
right.
sarcophagus?
Your perception check. What did you get for that? That was a 31. As you browse,
Plus the guidance is a 33.
As you browse through the rubble, you do find the remains of whoever was in there, and within those remains, you find a rather intricate-looking dagger.
Are we grave robbers now?
There's two hands.
I was going to say, was there any skeletal hands in the sarcophagus? But Dan beat me to it.
That's why I was asking for remains in the other sarcophagus.
Yeah. Okay. So, right. If there's no skeleton hands, which I doubt there is, because they would be very old and crumbly. Where is he? Where did he go? There he is. My brave little boy will go over and put his hands on the thing.
And he casually walks over, puts them on there, like, no trouble.
I forget who has it on there currently, but I assume they remove it, and then we'll try doing the instant stuff. Correct.
Which turns the imp to stone as he sits there. And when you try to re-summon him, you are unable to do so, as the stone keeps him trapped in stasis.
Alright, anyone have a better option than Wish?
Well, did we figure out if the skeletal hands will work or not?
Actually, you know what? The imp decided to have some fun. He goes, if I'm gonna be stuck here for a while, and he slowly backs himself up towards the floating sphere until his hands are holding it like Atlas. So it looks like your imp is now holding up the sphere on its own above the stone.
Aww.
Lulu looks and gives a nod. She goes, you know, I really wish I had some way, and I had artistic capacity to paint. I would immortalize that. That is such a beautiful work of art.
Yeah, okay. So, not Nimbar, or sorry, copy Nimbar. It's going to put 2 hands on it. Alright, let's try the quarterstaff thing with me and the imp. Maybe we can pull us off both at the exact same time. Flux, would you be willing to pull us off?
Yeah, I'll try. If anybody has a quarterstaff I can use, I will happily try.
There's a joke in there somewhere.
Sorry, what was that, Dean?
There's a joke in there somewhere.
And I think Jade tossed one over.
Okay, I will try to push them back at the same time.
Alrighty. So then, tell you what, just John, give me a D20 roll. Alright. So this is what happens as you pull back on the stick.
Pull
You-
the imp off, not Nimbar.
Pull Kamashag off with the stick. He's first to go. Nimbar, copy Nimbar that is, however, is not first to release, he's second to release, so he immediately turns to stone. Give me an athletics check as Flux pulls back on the stick.
Oh boy.
With your incredibly ravenous strength, do you imagine what you could do to a small little piece of stonework? This
Well,
thing-
yeah, but
it could shatter.
I would have been careful enough. Like it wouldn't have been like a shove, like a baseball bat swing. It would have been like
Oh, I know.
a slide.
I just like saying things sometimes to make it sound like it's a lot worse than it is.
Okay, so I'm doing a athletics check.
Yep. Still gets a 19, look at that. As Flux pulls back on the stick and Kumshag kind of flies because, you know, he's tiny, it hits Nimbar across the midsection in his stone body, and Flux still gives a little bit of a pull because of the initial grab, but her natural athleticism forces her to stop. You do manage, however, in that brief instant of incredible strength, to slide Nimbar and the sphere about 5 inches to the right. I'd show this on the map, but it's not my editable map, so I can't actually move the sphere. But him and the sphere would now moved a little bit to the right from your athletics.
Oh, guys, I'm not a spellcaster. It's not really up to me what we do with these copies, but
You can just make another simulacrum, right?
yeah, like, couldn't you use your wish spell for that instead of?
Well, why would...
Well, that's an interesting question, John. Here's the question. If your simulacrum is presently frozen in a state of suspended animation as thus, still existing and unable to be resummoned, similar to the fact of your imp friend here that couldn't be resummoned as a familiar due to the fact that he was frozen, would you be able to create a simulacrum if you already have an active simulacrum?
You stated that I could keep casting it. I just couldn't create the simulacrum on the... Or the simulacrum couldn't cast simulacrum. That was the wording you used. Because I had already checked that.
No copies of copies, which limits the number of simulacrums you can create, right?
Yeah. But, no, like, it's still not worth it to burn all those spell slots
Yeah.
when I can just burn one and then wish for remove curse, right?
Essentially with simulacrum, If you cast it again, any duplicates active that you've created are instantly destroyed. The question is whether or not that will trigger. Wish would... oh, pardon me. Most likely, because that's 9th level spell. The answer is yes. But a wish to cast Remove Curse would certainly do it. I gave a quick read over to Bellamy. I didn't see Remove Curse in her spells. I might be blind.
I'm just going to cast Wish. The original Nimber will cast Wish to free the not Nimber, or the copy Nimber.
Alright. Nimbar just holds up one hand, snaps his fingers. Free him! Kapoof. He turns back to normal as he takes his hands off the sphere.
Alright, should we just go somewhere else, you guys? I feel satisfied with our exploration here.
Got a nice shiny dagger. And I'll hand it to Jade, who no doubt wants to identify the dagger at some point.
What do you mean hand to Jade? Jade's already holding it.
Fair enough.
I remember this discussion. Nobody but possibly you would be able to see if I rolled a 1 to steal stuff from the rest of the party.
Yeah. Well, actually, I don't know. My passive perception's 23, so I don't think I would see you even if you rolled a 1, because it would be like 10
33.
plus. 10 plus ridiculous.
Yeah.
33 is the lowest I can roll on a sleight of hand.
I would need to go back and build Alec like with particular feats to specifically to see you. I need like observant and then expertise.
Roll a couple 20s.
Yeah.
If you wanted a chance, I could take off the gloves of thievery.
Nah, you'll either give it back if it's boring or use it. Daggers is a Jade thing.
Sorry. Fergus just scared the shit out of himself. I'm gonna go take him out for a pee. I'll be right back.
I was wondering what that was. A little spooky for a sec.
So sometimes he just freaks out. Or he'll just straight up fall.
Oh.
Hey buddy, what's up?
Alright, then when we wait, I'll ritual cast Identify.
Oh, yeah, I assumed Jade would have been doing that while we were experimenting with the orb.
Alrighty, so I'll skip 15 minutes forward then for the ritual casting of Identify. And, Jade, you have discovered that the item in question is the Tinder Strike, a magical +2 legendary dagger. So strong is the blade that it carries a very spark of Imix himself, Prince of Evil Fire.
That's a nice dagger.
That's a pretty bad flaw, though.
Oh yeah, I hadn't got that far yet. Yeah.
Flaw, in short, F it.
Flaw, in short, what Jade does anyways?
Oh no, no. I see you balance the risks all the times, and you're just like, well, someone's got to, and you can bring me back from the dead. Huzzah! There just wouldn't be that initial, well, someone has to, it would just be huzzah! I suppose what Jade does anyway in the long. Different ends to the means, or means to the ends, or something. So what's the plan then for the room that you're presently in? After burning a wish spell to undo the effects of whatever this magical device is, you walking away from it?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't. Really? Yeah, because you said whatever the stone is, it can't be.
You know what I just realized? We're not doing it now. But, like, he said it moved 5 inches to the left. I wonder if 2 people just pushed it off its pedestal, if everything just would have broke. We're not trying it now. I'm not. We've already used the 9-level spell to remove the curse. But what do you guys think? That's probably what would have happened?
I'm also wondering what it has to do with the bottom brazier. Because they somehow interact.
Yeah.
Lulu looks up, she goes, I'm also wondering what happens if I stand on it. I have 4 hands. Oh.
It takes 4 hands. As it. Oh, geez, I suppose
Anyways.
it's to. So,
Go ahead.
it's when you touch the orb, so. Like, if you remove the orb from the pedestal, or how. Is it big enough to fit the brazier underneath it? Like, does it float high enough to do that?
As your character looks between the two and you start to examine the size of the sphere, it looks like it would be a perfect fit for the brazier, and where it's presently floating on its own anyway. It is quite high. There is a good 2, maybe 3 feet for the square that's still sticking up, and the ball itself is floating a couple inches above it, levitating. When the ball moved, as mentioned, it moved a few inches, still levitating, free from the stone below it.
Wait, yeah,
So
we could.
what was it when we touched the plate stone below it that we turned to stone, or when we touched the ball itself that we turned to stone?
Give me a wisdom check as your character attempts to remember.
Ability check?
Yep, just straight up for wisdom, because you're rubbing your chin like,
I don't think we never did touch the plate itself. We only touched the orb.
Jade's unsure. He can't actually remember if it was just the sphere or not. For what your character thinks. Out of character, you're in the same kind of boat. And John, meanwhile, is saying, no, I'm pretty sure we didn't touch the sphere. Or didn't touch the square, just the sphere. So that's an interesting one, isn't it now?
Wait, no, because it was the sphere, because the imp was able to stand on the plate and reach up and touch the sphere like he was holding it.
Ding ding. There you go. Oh, that I'll give you, because you definitely just remembered through empirical evidence. So, yes, perfect. The imp did crawl right up on the square and go Atlas on it before he turned to stone. And he's looking at Jade nodding, yeah, I did do that. That was pretty rad.
So, can the brazier be picked up?
It's quite solid to the ground. You think with some effort you might be able to break it free. Maybe.
Flux steps forward, cracks her knuckles.
No, guys, before we do this, we're all free right now. I have 1 wish left for the day. In fact, that would be copy Nimbar's wish. Only wish ever. So, are we sure we want to keep playing with this, or shall we move along while we're all free?
Bellamy leans back with an elbow on the broken pillar behind her. I don't know, I'm getting a kick out of seeing how this is going. I'm liking this.
Doesn't Isaac have wishes
something
too?
like that. His 9th levels? Let me take a look.
I know his copy definitely doesn't because they used it.
Isaac will speak up. Well, I do have the 1 wish left. But if we're both out of wishes, woohoo, that could end pretty badly. He has a number of other timey-wimey spells that I don't know very well, so, you know.
Alright, I mean, we've come so close now.
I'm just gonna go ahead and move Flux over because she was popping knuckles and getting ready to rip that thing out the ground.
So, is it frozen into the ice, or like it looks like it's like bolted down?
Both.
Okay.
It's going to take some considerable strength to tear this thing free, but you've got a Flux, so you know.
Maybe it's better to move the orb to this rather than... Because what if we break the brazier? Because it's got magic about it, too.
Okay, but again, like, currently we're all free. Are we sure we want to mess with it?
Maybe you can just leave your simulacrums and come back and get them later.
What if we tied a rope around the globe instead of touching it and tried dragging it across the floor? It'd have to be done really carefully, like maybe with Mage Hand, but might work.
Since it's floating, can Mage Hand actually push it? Because the Mage Hand did not turn to stone when it touched it.
Nimbar will Mage Hand it and try and push it.
When you summon Mage Hand and attempt to push on the orb, nothing happens.
And again, I
Here,
don't...
tie this rope around it. I'll give it a tug.
My problem is, like, we previously... Nimbar had touched the orb. And then someone had touched Nimbar, and they turned to stone. Theoretically, the same could happen with the rope.
That's fair enough. That's a good point.
Oh, so the question was also, was it just the pedestal that moved, or just the orb that moved?
Just the orb that moved. But I personally think we should keep moving.
Two wishes. We can still get someone. We
Bellamy
can still
sorta-
like free whoever's left.
Bellamy stands up, gives a shake of her head. No, I think we should stay and figure this one out. Isaac, meanwhile, shakes his head. No, I've only got one wish left. I think we should leave. She's like, no, I think we should stay. And he's like, no, I think we should leave. Like, why can't we agree on this? And he says, because we're the two sides of the coin for the DM. And she's like, you're going too meta. But Isaac does have a wish spell left on his core self.
Hey, you guys kill anything on the way here? Because we could just, like, use the dead body, touch the hands on there, and push it that way.
Lulu's head lifts up. She's at the door, and she has a little piece of mimic in her mouth, and she goes, no, we didn't kill no one. Burps a little bit. I'm joking. She wouldn't eat a mimic. She likes spiders, but not mimics. But there is the corpse of a very large mimic right out front, which would have a couple hands.
So, when you read that translation, when you had comprehend languages going, did it say hands of the
Was able
living,
to read it.
or just hands?
Nimbar would lean towards hands of the living, since the orb needs a creature in order for it to work. A dead creature generally won't trigger those sort of things. Since Nimbar went through the trouble of getting an identify on that orb, I will give that piece of information out for Jade.
Well, then if it's a creature, then the rope shouldn't be a problem. But I'm also going to mention, though, too, and it's meta, but I'm going to say it anyway. Alan said we're on a bit of a timeline here.
I did?
So just another thing to consider as well.
The other thing is, like, it's not, like, I don't think the rope will instantly turn. I'm just wondering if it'll take the stone properties from the orb through the rope to us, which is why I don't want to do it. And we're already through the trap. I don't want to. Like, 9-level spell slots are premium, right?
So we want to find out if the orb will smoke the rope and get stoned. Oh. If it's made of hemp, maybe.
I'm kind of with John. I think we should just move on. What is that we're hoping to find? Just in general, like, what do you guys think is going to happen?
Secrets.
I'm not saying it confrontationally. I'm just because I was upstairs for a little bit, so I missed.
Yeah, like, best case scenario, we find a way to disable the trap. It's kind of what I think is going to happen. Which is why I'm just like, let's not. But
I'm curious too. Like, I'd love to know like why it's there, if it's protecting something, what's going on. But could just be, like Alan said, another red herring to set there to baffle us and eat up time while the timer behind the screen is ticking away.
I will say, if I did imply there was a time limit, my apologies. The only thing I would have implied would have been like Gargoth left alone on your ship, but that was just me having fun.
Okay.
There's no real major time constraint. You definitely have the time. Heck, if you wanted, you could bunker down in this room, spend a good 12 hours, take another long rest, etc. You run the risks of random wandering monsters, but if I implied a time constraint, my apologies.
No, you don't need to apologize. You might have been joking about something, and I just took it a little bit too seriously. But you were saying something about the clock. It's like, wow, you've been drawing a lot of attention to the clock. It's like you have something in mind. But like I said, you could have just been joking.
Oh, that. Yeah. Didn't have much to do with this, but something else. It'll come up sometime at some point. One of those plot devices I'm waiting to use. Yes.
Yeah. Anyway, what does everyone think? We could just go through, like, and do a regular vote, or we could flip a coin. We stay and investigate further with an even number, or we leave with an odd number, or we can just sit here and talk about it and vote.
So, I think Dan and Dean both want to continue investigating. Is that correct?
Jade's curiosity is driving him to investigate, but his sense of reason says, what treasure can I gain from this? Because I don't see anywhere that there can be treasure just disabling the device.
And Dean?
I would be down to try pushing the orb over the brazier.
Okay, can you... What are you hoping to do by doing that? Just to disable it?
Just to know. Just to see what happens.
Okay, well, I'm willing to bet that the language of it that says it needs a creature to touch it, if we use a rope and I pull it, then that's the chances of me getting petrified from touching a rope that's touching the globe seems unlikely. Since Alan did make a point to say that language was such as requires a creature to activate, because that's why we can't use dead hands on it.
Yep. Well, most things that activate by a creature won't use a dead creature. They have to be alive. It'll actually say corpse for those sort of things, or, you know,
Yeah.
nasty stuff.
Yeah. But if we don't want to risk burning through more ninth level spells, then I say we just leave it. That's where I'm at.
Have we tried the rope thing?
No, we haven't, because I've brought it up, but nobody's really commented on it. But except for John. John was just worried that I might get petrified.
I'm just taking a look at Kieran's magic stuff to see if there's something you could use in there. I really don't know the class that well.
At some point, Jade would like to come back to figure this out, but just a curiosity factor. But fine with moving on.
Isaac tilts his head to the side, says, "You know, it's a little risky. But I could shunt someone into the future if they got frozen, and that would disconnect them from the orb. And if we managed to move it, they'd be fine when they come back. That might work."
The problem is we're then moving the orb again, and we're still back in the same spot.
Because what Isaac can essentially do, what I'm referencing, he can teleport someone into the future. So they're out of game for a turn. You might be able to abuse that somehow. Beyond that, I don't think he has too much that would work without actually teleporting. But that's still something. There's contingency, that's 6th level.
If we go now and move on and come back later, Bellamy would be able to change her spells and get remove curse.
That's a really good point.
If it's at her level.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
It's a level 3 spell.
It's a 3rd level cleric spell. You have to be a 5th level cleric to be able to access it. She's a 10th level.
Bellamy, who's the source of wanting to do this, would just give a shrug and say, if we're just going to rest anyway, we should just burn the wish spell. And Isaac's like, but we should keep that wish spell in case something goes wrong for later, saying you should leave and it's a good idea.
The wish spell is not something we get back. It's a problem.
No, Isaac himself can cast it.
Oh yeah. Okay.
He's got that prepped, and he's got a chronal shift prepped to do something with that weird one.
Well, let's just go. Sounds like the three of you don't want to do it, so let's just move on.
Sorry. Next time, though. Oh. Alright.
And as you can see, the path does continue to wind around. The way south you came from leads to an exceedingly cold path that you decided not to go, and the way north is the way you have not yet gone. Oh, actually, I notice I actually have to fix a little chunk of the map there that's not on correct. So before you all start moving on and doing your thing, since it's 12 o'clock, do we want to take a quick 10-15 minute break for lunch? I can take 5 minutes to fix the map too.
That seems like a good plan.
Perfect. All right, we'll take a quick 15, and we'll be back at 12:15 to continue.
Okie dokie.
Alrighty, we'll see everyone soon.
See you in a bit. Righto.
Yeah, I already ate my chili or my curry. Although I did find a lot of bones in it. It should be. I don't like it, but I guess it's a natural consequence of getting a good deal on chicken.
Yeah.
I would have tried the rope, but
No, I'll just be a bit of an arse next time they're looking for me to spend a spell slot.
yeah.
Oh, your arm's falling off? It's a 7th level spell though. Let's wait till the end of the day. Well, you can't cast spells? I can't get it back until I rest, so... that sucks, doesn't it?
I'm sorry, Dean, if we upset you there.
I can see the rope working. Use mage hand. Loop the rope around. Pull. Obnoxious.
Yeah.
Looks tired though, like his eyes are red. Wonder if we should put it away and see if he'll sleep now.
You might go to sleep after we're done. Well, I can grab a shower before I need to take him training.
I tried drawing Hannah in the pantsuit.
Yeah.
The pantsuit looks good, but I'm having a hard time with her arm and it's making me cranky.
Take this. The stairs.
Oh, I was gonna get it.
That's okay. I'm going back up anyway.
Oh, thank you.
I am back now for when everyone else gets back.
Welcome back.
And we'll just give it a few for everybody else to get back. I've got the game on pause so people can freely move around, and I turned the volume back up a little.
The guy finally fixed Hannah's arm. Do you want to see? Oh, I thought you had. Okay, well, you don't have to. It's okay. It's okay.
It's got that in 2 parts. Cool. Looks good.
Sorry, I was a little bit late. Nature called.
Oh, no worries, bud. And once Jillian's good and settled, we'll be good to go.
I just heard you through the basement there, Jillian?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh,
Okay.
perfect, perfect.
Is Dan back?
Oh yeah, I've been here almost the whole time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just
Okay.
get really high stealth.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
You just hadn't talked, so I wasn't sure.
He's like David Batista, I swear.
Thinking, which means we're all in trouble.
But so the team has decided for now to set this room aside and maybe come back before you take a rest to burn high-level spells if need be to try to solve it. With that in mind.
But before we leave,
Oh yeah.
you made you stated something that sparked some curiosity in me. You said hemp rope would probably be a problem. I got.
Oh. I'm sorry, I said that because I said he's gonna smoke the rope and make you all stoned. You're gonna need some hemp rope for that. I was making a weed
Oh.
joke.
Okay. Half paying attention. Okay.
So the only way left to go was it east?
The eastern path in this direction is away from where you came. This way leads you back the way you came, towards that horribly, horribly cold hallway that got colder by the step that you all walked away from. It's also not in the direction of the music.
Well, I think that music has been bugging us for long enough. Why don't we go see if we can find out where it's coming from?
Bellamy give a
Do you
nod.
like
She's
that
like, I
plan?
like that. I like music. I'm in down.
Alright. So So we know it's not coming from
This way.
right?
Mhm.
So we all a fan of going this way?
Sure.
You know it's coming
Isn't there a
from
wall there, though?
somewhere in this area.
Oh, yeah, once we get up and around, I see, yeah.
Well, the problem with the cold passage is that I was immune to cold and I was feeling it.
Yeah.
So it just seems like it would be worse for anyone without the
pure immunity.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, why don't we could do this if our goal is to go follow the music. We can take a couple steps. We can walk a little bit in that direction, but if we start taking like a shit ton of damage, then we'll just go back.
What do you mean?
Well, you said you. Is this the direction that you were talking about?
Oh
No,
You
no,
said
no.
it-
No.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That
So
was
let's just go
this
this way
way.
then. Right.
Yeah.
By the way, when I do the ruler thing, can everyone see that? Or am I just being insane?
Yeah, I can
I
see
can
it.
see it.
Alright, cool.
That's why I like
I
to often use
assumed,
the
but I
rulers.
didn't actually ever stop and check, so it would have been funny if it wasn't.
There's such a wonderful way to indicate things on the map too. It's so nice. And
Yeah.
it doesn't kill your system when I do it too. Like that's really nice. So Flux bolts her way out around as you decide which way to go. She goes like this way, and Lulu's flapping her wings like, oh, here we go, leaving little skid marks on the ice as they fly. Or at least they would if it was magical shoes or... Oh wait, no, it's magic armor. Skid marks on the ice then.
Hope the trees don't get pissed at me again.
As long as we're not breaking them.
You find yourself traveling, Flux, through a twisty, turny hallway. Up and down it goes. All the while, is it Nimbar casting bonfire?
Not Nimbar. Copy
Not
Nimbar.
Nimbar casting bonfire, staying nice and close to keep the area warm and comfortable. And don't mind me, I'm just every now and again shooting her forward. Oops. Accidentally revealed some stuff there. Ah well.
I wasn't looking for what it's worth. I noticed I cannot hear the fiddle anymore.
It is getting
Yeah, you're
quieter
right.
the further eastward you are moving.
But the goal, the hopeful goal is that we're going to go like that and around to wherever it's coming from, like up here.
Is that what we're hoping?
I think that's what we're hoping. That's what I'm hoping.
I hadn't even thought of it like that.
If someone has a better plan, by all means,
No,
let me know.
no, I didn't mean that at all. I just mean like it hadn't even occurred to me that we might loop back around again. I was just like, well, I guess we're going in the wrong direction.
Yeah,
Lulu
I
gives
just,
a
like-
profound nod, looks back towards and says, yeah, it's Flux. She gonna be right at the front to punch anything in the nose.
Yeah,
Essentially.
I think we've mostly gone like every other way we can think of to try and get there. The cold
Yeah.
hallway kind of goes even further away because it goes down south, right?
Right. You know, like I said, like that wasn't me complaining. That was just me being like, oop, hadn't thought of it like that. That's literally it.
Yeah, no. I'm just trying to like justify my reasoning to myself
Sure.
as well. Like,
Sure.
You can also see a bunch of the map, what you've already done, through a big zoom out as well, so lots of options.
I don't know. The fog of war is really weird.
It gives you a little more than it should. But that's not
It-
sad, because we're in a
it gives
giant
you-
ice fortress, so...
Yeah, no. But I mean, like, I can't see the spider hallway.
Well, there's no spiders in the spider hallway at the moment. That one has a little bit here. That's about it, but I didn't copy much of that in because I couldn't get a clear shot of it from a video. I figured, hopefully I won't need to do this for more than this week, so... It was a last-minute rush, like, holy crap. But only, like, a bit of that spider hallway's even there.
No. Like, I mean, like, most of it is covered by fog of war.
Oh, it didn't
Like-
stick around.
Like, fog of war is being really weird for me today. It's like drifting northward or something.
Oof. They don't like to make it easy for us.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a big map, sure, but well.
Yeah. So it's like, yeah.
So
But that's what I
Flux,
meant.
You are leading the charge through a twisty-turny hallway.
Yes.
Actually, do we want to have the Manifest Mind scout ahead?
Up to you.
How? I remember you talking about it through the videos, but what is the? Is it difficult terrain that's causing us to move slower, or how does this interact?
Jade looks somewhat confused. He's like, why is everyone moving so bloody slow as he's casually walking across the floor? I believe your free movement ring does that, right?
Yeah, Ring of Free Action gives me I'm not affected by difficult terrain, and I have the climb speed.
Yep.
Okay, the climb speed is probably what's doing it. Because,
The mix
like,
of the two all together.
Isaac had just a ring, and he still had to move half speed. I remember that much.
People were
I do
climbing
remember
along
that
the
too,
walls.
actually.
But with Jade's
Yeah.
climb speed, that's
Yeah.
what's making him being able to go at normal. But however, Jade won't be immune to all the nastiness of it. Like, you might find
Like-
slips here and there that cause you have disadvantage on certain checks because of how slippery the floor is. You are running across an ice hockey rink. But yeah, pretty much
Alright.
you, Dean, and Isaac are the only characters that have a strong advantage by nature against it.
Well, Dean did.
My stuff
right.
left when I changed subclass.
Right.
He got all starstruck.
Oh.
But on the bright side, when I do my thing, I glow. So there's that.
Oh, you'll be our sir.
I'm sure if Courtney was
Can
here,
we-
she'd be like, you must learn music too.
We'll reenact the start of Peter Pan or something.
Oh, man. Oh, and you even got Lulu to act as the dog.
So I had the mind go a little bit ahead because, again, like based off the telepathy, he has to come back and report. So this is kind of what he could see thus far. So seems
I'm gonna
fairly
go ahead
clear.
and just throw Flux, move your mini forward so you can see what's been seen as well. Because unless you've selected
Sure.
his mini, you might not see all of it.
No, that's okay.
And that way, if anybody else was listening in when I did that, they would have seen too. Ooh, pardon me. I had me some soup. It was good.
I had leftover curry.
Oh, that's even better. Now I'm jealous. I just had soup. Like,
I had some of the store-bought stuffed chicken breasts.
so to
One
make
had jalapeno and cheese. Was pretty tasty.
Me.
things a little easier as you're all going through, for Nimbar, just go ahead and move the glowing flying sword. Because you are doing all the careful back and forths, the scouting and etc., which will give you huge advantages if you get jumped. Basically, you'll be able to set things up, unless for some reason the Manifest Mind doesn't see what happens, which, as rare as that would be. This way, you all don't have to worry about moving your tokens much through this maze. You can just follow along with the flying sword that also gives off light. Because that's the
Sure.
bonfire.
Yeah.
Couple steps to make things easier. So I would invite you all to take turns with who gets to lead. Because Nimbar just made a discovery, which means next up it'll be somebody else's turn to lead around where the flying sword
Yeah.
flies.
Is that just a hole?
As you all make it through some winding tunnels, you find, indeed, what appears to just be a hole at the end of one of the small, thin hallways. It stretches on for quite a ways, and reeks of bile and death.
I did not know this map was celestial.
It's not that holy, just one hole.
Smells like a whole lot of trouble.
Oh.
I like that one.
And I'm just gonna use my magical DM powers move a bunch of minis at once without revealing any of the map to get you all to where you need to be. This is why I say, go ahead, just use the sword. That way I can just move you all and save you all time.
Sounds good.
Unless it's a situation where I'm like, hey, try creeping around that undead T-Rex. then you're on your own. But for these long drives, I'll definitely give a little hand at here and there, because it'll save some time.
Appreciate that.
So it smelled of bile and death.
Yeah, nasty. You cannot see down the hole. It seems to stretch on forever. Nothing but darkness as far as the eye can see.
So, is it like when you say death? Is it like rotten bodies or like fresh blood?
More of the rotten, horrendous smell of like a swamp, almost.
Strange that anything would rot down here since everything is frozen.
Yeah. Maybe a rock monster.
Does anyone have the light cantrip?
I was just looking at my character for that.
I
think Bellamy would.
I was gonna say, I think she, ASMRs get it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure she's got it. Let me take a look here.
Yeah, ASMRs definitely get it.
Cleric, Bard, Inspiration, Counter, Charm, Divinity, Turn Undead.
Isaac has it with the Staff of the Magi.
Alright, I mean, it does.
Some base in here, but I can't see it right off.
It's in the cantrip section. It doesn't matter. We've at least
And
got.
Bellamy has light, and so does
There we
Isaac.
go. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
I was pulling up Bellamy's first, and I'm already here. And thanks to Dean, I figured out where it is. So I'm being lazy. And as he's pulling out the stick, she just runs forward. No, my turn. I got the magic. Haha! And bam, throws down a ball of light directly on top.
So I was going to suggest casting light on a rock, because I've got a pouch of rocks. Because rocks are great, and just dropping it down the hole to see how far it goes.
That works perfectly. She picks the rock up. She says, "All right, little stone dude, you be good. We're gonna send you to oblivion. Good luck." And she holds it out with all the light on it and lets it drop down the hole. And everyone is more than welcome to give a perception check. As you're all peering to see what's down the hole.
Nimber sees shit.
I need to start clicking my own token.
You have no idea how right you are. Alec and Jade both need to give me a quick con save.
Okay, dokie.
Alright. Jade, you take 3 points of damage as you lurch. Because as you're all looking over the hole and all that, and the rock drops and a flash of light goes the way down, hits the bottom and disrupts whatever's down there in what appears to be a rather large extra-dimensional space, bigger down there than it could be looking through the ice and all that. However, for those of you who rocked that check, Alec and Jade, you come to get a full face full of this rotten smell of feces. And you both immediately realize you're staring down an outhouse tunnel. And you just got a full face full of it when the rock hit the bottom and shoved it all up. The other party members weren't quite close enough with those perception checks to get that to happen, but you both took a full face full of the most horrible smell you've ever had. Jade was not able to keep his constitution in and retched. which, of course, causes some slight damage. But that's it. It's an outhouse hole. A magical one, too, to store large, copious volumes of shit, as Nimbar said. So Nimbar saw shit.
Well, unless someone's been shitting diamonds, which smugglers might, I don't think I'm going down there.
Even if they're shitting diamonds, do we really want to go down for diamonds?
Yep, not worth it.
You're on your own.
Bellamy's already heading for the next spot. I can actually see Courtney going, huh? Nope, nope, to that one. Like, I can imagine it. And even Isaac with Kieran, he'd just be like, oh, ew. This is not how I expected my day to go. Now, I will say what remains in this small hallway, besides the poop hole. To the north, there is a small gap leading to the next zone, which splits off in two directions. One heading towards the north much further to another gap, and further gaps, and the other to the left, the northwest, it would appear.
We'll have this.
Like, I'm assuming you're all done with the shit, so.
Yeah.
The only thing that's bothering me about this, if that's the outhouse hole, where the hell did the outhouse go?
You can give another perception check to the surrounding area to see.
Yes.
Alex, generic curiosity as he's looking around. With a 21, you can see the foundation construction areas where somebody would have had the most rudimentary of walls and doors here. But the growing ice destroyed the majority of it as it seems to overlap. You would assume the remnants of the outhouse fell down below. Most likely it was there and got crushed by the walls and then fell down to share, essentially.
I'm just gonna have the manifest mind run up the corridor, see what they see.
More splits and more ways and more pathings.
It does report that there's a giant exclamation mark here. I don't know if there's something supposed to be there, or if he sees nothing.
I will switch to theater of the mind. As you walk up that way, you look back on the way back. Well, your manifest mind does, seeing the statue of what appears to be a broken knight, badly damaged and worn from time and mostly collapsed.
And then I'm also going to have it come up here.
If it had an exclamation mark, that probably means it had a quest at some point.
Let me see here. I do have a few tricks up my sleeve. It looks like this. I throw it on Discord because Google has an archive aspect from the Trove, so I'm able to pull the image from a Google search to show you what they look like.
Alright.
I probably can't, but I'll try popping. Yeah, I can. Look at that. There we go.
Hey.
It's a broken knight. We need to restore his honor. That's the quest.
So yeah.
Now, it's clear the sound you're looking for is coming from a different direction than this way, probably not. This way, probably yes. From what you're hearing, because I'm pretty sure you've noticed at this point, the sound is a little more than a whisper the further you travel in this direction. And there's a lot of ways to go in this way. The DM will warn you. In this direction, you'll be using a lot of theater of the mind. Okay? It's also not the way you all plan to go, so I'm leaning into the meta knowledge to warn you. This is the part of the video I didn't record. I know exactly what all of it is, but it's going to be a lot more theater of the mind.
Yeah, if we're still trying to hunt down the violin, we could go this way clearly because it gets us closer again. But we may also be able to go up and down here. We're not really sure. And we also still have that statue we can also check out. So.
Well, if meta speaking, if Alan didn't plan for this, maybe we can go in the direction that he planned for, like that he has prepared.
Oh, I will say, everything is planned, everything's prepared. But the warning you
Yeah,
get
yeah.
is, you get a lot of those exclamation marks over here because I don't have any way to put it up there. If I had one more day of time, if this didn't happen to me yesterday, I probably could have fixed it. But
Yeah.
I'm giving you the warning that if you go this way, it's not as pretty as the other ways. It's also not the direction you were planning on going, and it does get... I'm going to steal your manifest mind here for a minute, since you had already gone this way with them and seen the pathing. And you probably went this way and started to explore yourself. The second you crossed the barrier here, it began to get very cold again.
It would not. It's not tangible, so it doesn't know.
Well, I'm assuming someone goes for a jog or something, but I'll give you the
Yeah,
note.
Flux will
Yeah.
probably peek around the corner and be like, my nose is cold.
Yep. And that's also a way you all didn't want to deal with yet. So I'll give you the warning, this also is cold area.
You can just head back and do this next week when things are a little bit more...
When either it's fixed or I just rebuild it with new stuff. One or the other.
Yeah, I mean, it's up to you guys, but I'm only making my decision based off of meta information, so...
I mean, I really want to find that goddamn violin.
Yeah, me too.
It's definitely not this way.
Yeah.
I'm being the nice DM and saying, look, everything on the table, this is the way it is, guys. If you go that way, it's going to be theater of the mind.
Yeah.
I'm good with either way. I used to play with, like, a sheet of paper, loose leaf, and whatever the heck I could imagine, so...
Yeah.
Same.
Foundry's got me so spoiled. I love it.
Yeah. Do we want to investigate the statue? It's the big thing.
You can give it a once over. We know that massive statues seem to be a thing here.
Yep.
That's the best I can do.
Beautiful.
Looks good enough to me.
Yeah. Hey, we have our investigator back.
Jade rubbing his chin.
That's true.
I can take the broken end of my longsword and try to stick it in the mouth, see if there's any kind of reaction, since Alec mentioned mouths have been weird here.
Yep. Or we could get one of the we must have like hundreds of spare weapons in the various bags of holding. We could try placing one back in its hand, like a whole one.
Sure.
Before we do anything, can I just look at it?
Of course.
Mm-hmm. Glancing with your perception check as you look the unit over, you note that it is a flawless construct entirely made from one solid piece of stone that had crumbled. The sole exception being the shield, which is not a part of the original stone design.
Sorry, I do want to point out that should be a 24 because of reliable talent, shouldn't it?
That's not a 25, so...
Okay. Fair enough.
I say it because it's always 20, 25, 30 for the DCs, right? But I mean, Jade passed, mostly, or maybe all the way. I don't know. I'm being coy.
We don't know either.
But judging at the glance of the statue, the shield does not appear to be a part of the statue, while the rest of it is. And though the statue is badly damaged, it appears to be as though it fell into the position that it is presently in.
Does the shield look to be made of stone as far as I can tell?
It's covered under a blackened material. It appears as though it's on top of another shield, that something is within the stone.
Remember the last time we poked around a statue, it turned into Dega Dusty, so just keep that in mind.
But if that picture he has shown us is accurate, it's only the upper half, and that
Yeah.
shield is actually not part of it, but an accessory added afterwards. So it could be
Yeah. I'm not trying to talk you out of
magic. Ritual cast detect magic.
I definitely wasn't trying to talk you out of it. I just wanted to have it, just say it out loud.
Yep. I'm going to ritual cast detect magic.
Alright, I'm gonna skip 15 minutes. And you do see magic radiating from the shield.
How about the statue?
None. No
I will.
magic whatsoever.
I will inform everyone of that. The shield is magical, the statue is not.
If you tried poking it with a stick.
I poke it with a quarterstaff.
Poke, poke.
Nothing happens.
Lulu flops down on Flux's shoulder. It's the I love the best. I get to take a nap. Hee. Oh yeah, that is pretty messed up on your fog of war there, John. Maybe it resets between sessions or something. Oh.
Was the thinking is the shields? We're thinking the shield's cursed or something.
You can start a collection of cursed items. Give Cass a tap.
He just speaks up. Hey, that is not fair. To acknowledge me as cursed is unfair. I do not curse my wielders. We kill things together. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I don't remember that, Blade.
Yeah, this is my friend Cass. He's super evil.
Just like a sword is meant to be, the ultimate killing machine, none shall stand beneath the might of my powerful obsidian wrath.
Yeah, he's got an ego thing.
And it's well versed too. I killed a god. Well, at least cut his hand off and gouged out his eye. But I'm going to get him.
I'm sure you will, Cass.
We almost killed a god. So that's not that impressive, Cass.
No, you almost killed a demigod. He still reeks of his scent off of you. Such a thing isn't worthy of a challenge, believe me. Where you face a god, you would know the difference. When you blink, they step 7 times upon your face. When you move, they are already on all space, as their omnipresence makes them a force.
God, I'll shove him in the bag of holding. Nah, enough. Good night. Jeez Louise.
He does have a flair for the dramatic.
Ah, boy.
He's going to be fun.
Talent.
I like him. He's going to be fun. I take the shield.
And you take the shield off, no problem. And as you do, it crumbles, or at least the blackened covering on the shield does, as it just breaks away. And what you are left with is a shield with a rather distinct and intricate look to it. I'll throw a quick picture up. Hopefully it works.
Yeah, I can see that.
Certainly magical by its nature.
Anybody recognize this?
Well,
No,
the player knows what it is. Don't know about the.
Player knows where I stole the picture
character.
from. But it is not that.
Oh,
Relatively close. I sometimes bleed magic items that are similar with the same picture. You know. It's like this one has a golden aura, though, instead of a red aura. Or, you know,
alright.
Those are
What did
real
you think
runes.
Yeah, what did you think it was, Dean?
Like it's I forget the name of it, but it's like a ram shield. Like you use,
Yep,
it's got
that's the name.
charges and can push people back and stuff like that.
You know, the reference one,
okay.
I'll see if I can get a picture of it up. Yeah, I can, wicked. The ram shield is what I referenced for the picture. It's similar in function. That's a point of inspiration to Dean for catching that one.
Does anyone need it?
Mhm.
I've got inspiration.
Can we give it to Lulu? I feel like I know the answer to this.
Lulu just frowns.
Uh,
Looks up,
well,
oh damn it, come on! And I say no.
Sorry, for some reason, I feel like the powers that be are preventing us from doing that.
Lulu tilts her head. What was inspiration anyway? I see it's get used sometimes, but it's so wonderful. Her eyes sparkle. a
Lulu,
little bit.
you're an inspiration.
Let's see. Does Bellamy have inspiration?
Yes, I think everyone has inspiration right now.
Okay.
I went looking through earlier when I was trying to pawn mine off, and I think Nimbar was the only one that didn't have it, and he got it from me. So
No,
I have
Nimbar
it.
has it.
And according to his D&D Beyond character sheet, Isaac has it as well.
Oh sweet. That makes things easier.
Thank you very
And
much,
the
Alan.
Simulacrums can't have it.
That makes sense.
Oh,
Okay.
That's cool.
And
So I was
the
kinda
Kaz will
curious.
Speak up at this point. Oh great, the Slam Master Shield. I'll chop that clear in half. One swing, no problem.
Kaz, just go to sleep, man. There's nothing to
No
kill here.
problem.
Okay,
I know that's
So-
the problem.
this is just like clearly not. I don't actually think this is true, but the top rune is Torch, Vision, Revelation, Creative, Technical Ability, and then the second one is Percano, Birth, Fertility, Growth, and New Beginnings.
Friggin'
Then we have
words.
Ice, Challenge, Frustration, Physiological Blocks. Water, Power of Renewal, Dreams, Fantasy. In case anyone else was curious what the runes meant.
Dwarven runes, laddie. Or Scottish runes, laddie. That's what it was.
Celtic, but
Or Celtic runes, laddie. That's it. Oh, the brain's off today.
Okay, we have another shield. Shall we move on? Oh yeah, I got this sword too, and Jade will pull out a Sunblade.
where did you get the Sunblade from?
Remember that before we ran into Nega Dusty, I pulled the blade from the sarcophagus.
Right.
It's a Sunblade.
Isn't that what you used to kill Stroud in Curse of Stroud?
Really? Strahd falls to a sunblade. I can cut a sunblade in half too. Ha ha ha.
Oh my god. Literally, no one asked you in.
Who is Strad?
Sorry, that was Dillian.
I was just responding to the sword.
To which the sword pretty much responds, he ain't nothing.
Oh, I found the last rune too. Hail, Wrath of Nature, Uncontrolled Forces.
Oh, there we go. That's a slamming shield right there.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It was bothering me because I recognized they were two different.
All right, which way, guys?
Back to wherever we could find the damn violin.
Yeah. So we're making guesses at this point, but I think like obviously we have this way, which will lead us somewhere near it. and then alternatively we can go like up, around, and potentially down and over. And we're not sure exactly what lives right there.
I'm still convinced I have to break through a wall to get to wherever the violin is. Oh, Dan, did you see that we found another Dragon Ball?
Yep, I already got it on my loot list.
When I found it, I definitely messaged him. I was like, dude, we found a Dragon Ball.
When you found it, I didn't think you smashed the wall open, John.
I said when we found it, but I'm sorry. Let's specify when Flux smashed the wall to get it.
No, I'm just joking, man. I was just the one. I feel like it's like the one thing I've contributed to the party in the last like 5 sessions. Get a little
It's like annihilating like all the mimics that bother us.
No, I don't. I think there's one I didn't kill.
What's there one?
Anyway.
The sword speaks up. Yes, I killed it.
Oh my god. This guy.
Is there muzzle we can get for him?
Give the credit where it is due. The Dragonborn swings with the efficiency of 20 soldiers at once. Quite impressive, yes. We will cleave many things together.
Oh my god. I regret everything.
Seriously, we need a muzzle for him.
I bet you he'd get along great with Gargoth.
Yeah.
The 10th Lord? F that guy. You do not. You don't tango with the 10th Lord. Are you nuts? No, sirree, Bob. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
But he's my friend.
Stupid.
Hold on. Did you just claim Gargoth was your friend?
Yep.
That is a brave assumption to make. I don't think you know who he is. He doesn't have friends. Be very careful. If you deal direct with him, I'm now questioning whether or not I should have come with you. That is a danger I was not anticipating. All right. Who else do you know? Are we gonna walk out of here and Asmodeus is gonna be like, "Oh, good job" to the lot of you, and then we gotta like hustle like?
I mean,
what did I just
I
sign
did
up
carry
for?
Asmodeus up a mountain, so we're familiar with him as well.
Yeah, wrong
We're going to kill
possibility.
many things.
Do you know Zariel?
Who?
We have. Oh, okay. Well, we've got a nice statue of an angel on our ship.
Admittedly, Zariel's only about 100 years worth in Avernus, and he's been trapped much longer.
Oh, do you like Belle?
He's alright. He's very kind, does a wonderful job cleaning me and making sure my edge stays honed. Very polite, very nice, very good blacksmith.
Oh, do you know Mad Maggie?
Yes. And he says nothing more on the topic.
That's sensible. Very sensible.
We should take him to go see her.
Oh, God, no, please. I apologize. I'll be good. Just keep me out of that crazy lady's clutches. Oh.
All right, let's move on. Let's see if we can find that violin.
As you're going to hear her
I'm-
mutter, she used me as a toilet plunger for the madcaps. Who the hell does that to a sword?
Flex laughs heartily. All right,
So,
I say. So,
It was this way that was prepared, right?
Both ways are technically prepared for this. It's essentially down here. This corner I don't have much of because I didn't have it on recordings. I try not to zoom out because I don't want to give too many spoilers, and now I'm kicking myself for that. But next week, come hell or high water, if I just redesigned the part of the map, I'll have it working. It's just, whew. But yeah, everything else is pretty much good. It's pretty much just this corner here that isn't done, so everywhere else is on par. I got pictures of all of it. I can say any direction you're going where you're chasing after the violin guy is prepared.
Okay.
Like everything that
sorry,
way.
did you say violin guy? Interesting.
Well, of course I said violin guy. I want to build the assumption in your head that it's a male.
Oh, I'm
Okay.
taking guy as in person.
No. Dude, buddy, or guy. I'm Canadian.
Oh, here they finally not randomly.
Yeah, I moved the sword.
Oh, okay.
Just going freely because we've been here before, so.
Yeah. I'm just. So, question:
Oh.
Do we want to
Got
go?
quiet again.
Do we want to go the upper way, or do we want to go the east way? Right. So, like, we can go up and around, or we can just go like over.
And I just messaged Dan with spoilers on what the shield is. That way when he identifies it later, he can click the spoiler and see. Or you can look now. You know my usual rule. Spoil whatever you want.
You would do that too.
Mim?
Okay, Fergus.
I think he finished his chew.
Yeah,
Which way
he's
are you
got-
guys going?
Where I put the sword, I can hear it again. This is where we've been before.
Yeah.
Oh yes, way back that way.
Oh. But the question is, do we want to go straight east, or do we want to go north and then east?
And I'm going to paste the sword token over here as well. I'm going to leave the one back here that Jillian just moved. That way you have two of them, for comparison's sake. Where you took the time to put that sword all the way over there, I'm gonna leave one there for you for reference.
Right.
Because that's some hard work right there.
Is it gonna throw off my my violin gauge though?
Nope, you have to be clicking on a token for it. So if you click
Okay.
that token, you'll actually hear a difference in sound from where you presently are.
So I currently have the new sword click, and I can still hear it, as well as clicking on Nimbar.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, I can hear it even with my token clicked.
Oh, so it carries between players. My bad, I'm gonna delete that then. Oh,
Okay.
of course I delete the wrong one. There we go.
Oh no, I think we should. All right.
So you want to go up and around, John?
No, I'm saying like we could go up and around, or we can go straight east. I honestly don't care. I'm wondering what other people think. It's like there's this path right
Well-
here.
Well, this is the
Wait.
corner over here that Alan said he didn't have prepared. So.
No. This side over here, he doesn't have prepared.
Oh, I thought he was pointing over here.
Hang
No,
on a
this
second
side.
here.
He does
Essentially,
have he
this
does
might
have
help.
this prepared.
Why not? You've still got it, Fergus.
Did that work? Did that highlight?
I can see
yeah.
it.
Good.
So it's
What-
up and to the left that you do have prepared, or that you don't.
The area I highlighted is basically the only area I couldn't get prepared for today. Everything else is good to go. You can go anywhere. It's just if we go in this spot, it's going to be theater of the mind for a couple of the major encounters in there.
But yeah, we can go up,
Oh shoot, I used the wrong
like
thing. for
up
that.
and then to the right, or sorry, up and to the left, or just straight right or left. Oh my
let's-
fuck! I don't know my right from left. Sorry, guys.
Okay, we'll go up and left then.
Okay. I don't. The sword's way on the other side, so I'm just gonna use the manifest line to move us.
Yep, I'll do a teleport and bring that back.
Actually, can someone else move them? Because I've been moving them the entire time, kind of dragging us along. If someone else wanted to.
I will
Still no
say,
music up over here.
not much of it, no. And I'll say, as you pass through the corner, I'll go ahead and move Nimbar for not Nimbar for this one. And then you come back, and because I can cheat, I'm just gonna go la 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 la. I love being able to go through walls. I just have to be careful not to give away map. As you came upon the next area, you saw a rather comfortable rug, about 10 foot wide, about 15 foot back, with two large umbrellas at either corner propped up. Outside of that, though, it came to a dead end. That would be the sort of information your manifest mind would be able to return back to you. Nothing else was there that it could see. So it's up to the party whether or not you want to approach this dead end. I'm just gonna pop this here.
I mean, we still haven't heard the music, so it makes me think it doesn't go anywhere.
Sorry, what was propped up again?
It looked like there was a rug. Actually, what I'll do is I'll copy the flying sword and I'll put the spare one over here so you can all see it.
Right.
There we are. It looks as though a rug had been placed 10 foot wide by 15 foot long on top of the ice with two umbrellas as well. Though the umbrellas themselves are frozen quite deep, it would appear the rug floated up with the water as it formed into ice and has since been frozen at the top.
Might need to go pee. I can take him.
Oh, you mean the dog? Well, all I heard
Yeah.
was the rug floated up, and you're like, might need to go pee. I'm like, what?
Oh, can you still?
So do we want to check out the rug, or do we not care about the rug?
We could see what's under the rug. People like to sweep things under them.
Okay. That seems decent.
It sounds like Jillian's dealing with Puppy right now.
Oh yeah, we're both in the hall. He whined, which isn't like him.
Oh, poor puppy.
So you think maybe he needs to go pee or something. He's usually fairly stoic. He could just be bored as well, I suppose. But he's still got his chew.
Sounds like a good dog.
He has his moments, but overall he's a good boy.
Well, while Jillian's doing that, she usually plays pretty flexible. Like, I could see her saying, if you guys want to go check out the rug, we can do that. The other way is towards the other guy, so.
Yeah, she said that if we wanted to go check it out.
You know how it is? She holds that tanky frontline position, like, how it works. But, rather than move all your minis around. Jade. It's been a while since I've been able to just go, okay, you want to check that thing out. Jade. Then I'm
Jade, do your
assuming
thing.
Jade's probably already hoisting himself down from the starry night sky ceiling on a rope, James Bond style, like, I've been waiting for this. Doing a perception check as you glance across, you can tell that the rug is free moving. Probably could be rolled up, no problem. The umbrellas themselves are quite stuck. They are very frozen, going deep into the ice as they were planted in the ground.
I throw a rock at it.
And it lands harmlessly across the ice, skittering on top of the rug.
We'll have Isaac cast Detect Magic with his staff.
Actually, how much time has passed? Because I cast Detect Magic when dealing with the statue.
Oh, it only lasts like 10 minutes. It would have certainly have passed by now.
Oh, wait.
But with the tap of the staff, because Isaac's right beside you, as mentioned, the flying sword represents where the party is to save time on these sort of things. Isaac, walking up beside, gives a nod and says, yeah, rug's magical. Looks like an item, though. Can't get any specific school off of it.
Do we want to touch it, Nimber asked us he was previously frozen.
Like, poke it with a stick.
I threw a rock at it.
Yeah.
And it just bounced harmlessly. Mention of touching it, Isaac's looking at Jade.
Do we want it identified, or did you just want me to pick it up and take it with us and move along?
Bellamy, who has taken the dagger from Jade, though he saw her do it, and let's be honest, it's Jade after all, is giving it a spin around like I could, or the shield from Jade, sorry. I could identify this while you're identifying the rug. I mentioned because she has the identify spell, so you know. But it would take, is it an hour and 10 minutes for ritual
No,
cast?
it's 11 minutes.
11 minutes.
1
okay,
minute
so
plus
it's
10.
1 minute spell. I didn't know if it was 1 minute or an hour with identify. I can never remember. I don't know why I keep thinking an hour though.
It used to be an hour. You would cast it, and then an hour later, or over an hour, and then you'd have it. And they changed it for 5.0.
Oh, okay. It's hard to break some of the old habits, even though it's been a long time.
Yeah, it's
So hard.
3.5. It was like an hour. I only can remember that because I played different class that had auras that could be dismissed to instantly cast Identify instead of the hour wait.
Oh, nice. Well then, in that case, I'm gonna go ahead and skip 10 minutes of time, because, you know, it's 11 minutes, but 10 minutes, and then 1 more minute, making it 6:07 p.m., as Bellamy uses her Identify as a ritual, determining the shield's nature as a battering shield. Whoopsie. Opened that in the wrong window.
Did we find the flying carpet?
And yeah, you have also identified a 6 foot by 9 foot flying carpet. Now I know I said it looked about 10 by 15, but it's 6 by 9 once you get up on it. Specifically, that one would be here.
So, what you're saying is we can use that to move, guys. Some of us.
6 foot 9 by 9 foot carries what, like 800 pounds? Off the top of my head?
1,600. If it carries over 800, it drops to 15 feet.
But that is a flying carpet.
I thought it might be.
That would definitely look after the issue of moving.
Yeah.
Oh, good boy.
I'm still mad I don't get to meet him.
I mean, you probably could if you found a way over to our house. Dean's house, I should say. You'd be more than welcome to have a backyard. Well, you'd be more than welcome to have a backyard visit.
Well, that is tempting.
Restrictions are lightening. It's getting nice. People getting vaccinated. The light at the end of this tunnel comes September. So then, are you taking the carpet?
I'm in favor of yes.
Yeah, I think so.
I feel like
Okay.
we could put Flux on it too. Save poor Lulu a little bit.
By identifying it, do I learn the command word to make it fly?
Oh yeah, there's
That
nothing
is part
super
of
crazy.
that's part of Identify.
Yep.
Yeah, I guess we're taking it.
All right.
Wonder if its command word is. I'll probably get this wrong, but is it? Yep.
Lulu looks up and says, "Oh, oi, that was a good buddy of mine." Gives a nod. "I remember him. Big white fluffy monster." Wipes a tear from her eye. Said, "Oh, but no, that's not gonna work. It's probably like, oh, get off your arse or something like that." But no, very basic command word. I'll actually leave it up to Jade for what it is since he identified it. And Jade, are you gonna jump on it and start flying right away?
No, I will speak the command word to make it fly, but I can walk just as fast as it can fly.
Alright. So it floats up into the air, just slightly off the ground, hovering maybe an inch or so.
Although it's going to make some of these corners a little difficult.
Oh, I never thought of that.
Given the length
Well,
of it,
no.
probably next to impossible. 6 foot by 9 though, and it's 10-foot passageways. But that rotation as you turn a giant square that's wider, 10 foot wide, 6 foot wide by 9 foot, that means it's going to be slightly longer than 9 by the hypotenuse of a 6 by 9 angle, right?
I'll
Maths.
take your word for that.
Because we want to find out C on the A and B, and if we've got 6 foot by 9 foot, A squared B squared versus 10.8 feet. That's the clearance you need to rotate it all the way, for it to spin freely. And that's the hypotenuse of the angle from one corner to the other on a 6 foot by 9 foot carpet.
I'll speak the command word, put it back down, roll it up, and put it away for now.
As you start to roll the carpet up, your hands might pause for a brief moment, because in the ice directly beneath, you see a mummified corpse frozen. On its body, a very fine suit of chainmail armor, but up until this point, utterly covered by the carpet that you just peeled back.
Couldn't we just... It's a carpet. Couldn't we just, like, curl the ends when we need to go around corners?
Well, yes, there's tons of things like that. You just had to maybe do math for a minute is all. It's like, if everyone's sitting on it, though, and it's at maximum capacity, then no, you cannot.
Yeah. No, I just feel like
But there's
Flux-
options, like...
I think I
Flux was
recognise
having
that
a hard time
picture.
getting around without Lulu. And one of the Isaacs as well. Also going up and down stairs will now be easy.
That's what I was figuring. You just put the carpet out, everyone get on, go down the stairs.
You guys watched Disney's Aladdin, right?
Not for some years.
But you don't you ever remember?
Doesn't
carpet
he
would
make
come
a
up and just
staircase?
bam, stairs. Well, that's a sentient carpet, and that's some cheating. I don't think you could make stairs, but there's nothing saying you couldn't angle the carpet, right? Lots of options if you want
Yeah.
to do some crazy stuff with that.
Okay, I'm going to see if I can get some more unneeded inspiration. Is that a Frite chain?
Oh, looks like it, doesn't it? It probably is. And in fact, this one time, I'll even give it to your druid as he looks it over like, crap, that's a free chain.
Yay.
Pretty sure it's a 3D chain. Legendary, powerful armor, of which you don't know very many equals for chainmail, but you also don't wear chainmail.
Yeah. I do find it odd in D&D rules that scale mail is medium and chainmail is heavy, because there's really not that much difference. But that's a huge aside.
Oh yeah. But as mentioned, this armor is quite frozen under the ice. It would take some time, but you could certainly chip through the ice to get to it.
We could do the torch thing again and melt it away.
Lots of options.
Yeah.
Worked
So-
pretty quick last time, didn't it?
Oh yeah.
Did the torch thing work because it was up off the ice, or would it change because this is like, because we were thawing out a book? Would this be like just like solid take longer? I don't know. Also, is the roots are through the walls? Are they through the floor as well?
Nope, the floor was not. The roots are what grow ice. The floor itself is just frozen water, as has been previously determined. And since your character recognized a Freety chain and I let that go, I'll give you the one thing you know about it, is that it cannot be burned. You've heard of legends of people walking through a torrent of an inferno while wearing a Freety chain, so you have no concern, if you decide to use fire to free it, that it's going to get any damage. You don't
Oh,
even
guys,
know
I
how
can cast Fireball.
Cast
My-
it without scorching yourself in this hallway.
Yeah.
Well, if I move far enough back, surely.
So Jillian, remember it's this one up here. I don't know if this. Is it a 20-foot or 30-foot? I always forget with Fireball.
It's like, I think it's in the 30. I'll have to double check, or 25.
It's 20 feet.
Damn, I always go overboard.
Okay.
Thanks, Julian.
You're welcome.
All right. Yeah. I mean, we could try it. First, we definitely want to get the carpet out of the way, though.
Oh, yeah.
I
We've
can-
already rolled it. I thought Jade already said he rolled it up.
Oh, okay. Well,
It's-
then don't mind me.
It's around that time Flux would notice that Lulu is rummaging through her backpack a little bit. When you look back, she gives a smile and pulls out the goggles that you use for driving, pops them on her head. She goes, "Oh, I want to see this."
It's up to you guys. If you think it's too risky, I don't have to do it.
If we wanted something smaller, I can summon a flame blade that lasts for 10 minutes.
I will point this out. A fireball will hit the walls. Didn't that cause some sort of
Yeah.
screaming last
Yeah.
time?
It did, but only if you're standing right next to it. If I was far enough back, it might not damage me because you guys weren't that far. The party wasn't that far away from me when I smashed through the wall, and they didn't take any damage from the noise. It was just me because I was doing it.
Well, the issue is more that the maze didn't like being hurt.
What do you think it would do?
Well, it's alive and we're inside it. Like, if
I
it
can also
gets
give you-
angry.
I can also give you a hot pepper.
I mean, it was
would
just.
last-
Yeah, I would take it if you'd like, if you want to use it. I just suggested it because I just remembered that I had it. I'm not trying to convince you guys that we should do it. I'm just saying that I actually have an option this time.
Yeah, no, I have a second level Dragon's Breath that can let you breathe fire. You can
It's up
be
to you
real-
guys. I think we should definitely try to get it though.
Okay, I'll just I'll get your opinion first, Alan, but I've got this. I could just try and like Qui-Gon Jinn it when he's trying to get through the blast doors. Just
You could
Cut
totally
it out.
Qui-Gon Jinn it. Totally Qui-Gon Jinn that shit. Totally. And logically,
Alright,
on that note, that Sunblade would have a similar effect then. You'd actually would be truly Qui-Gon Jinning it. But
Ooh.
mind you, the Fire Blade is actual flame, so that's a little different. The Sunblade is a blade made of flame, or some. It gets complicated, okay?
You think, like, lightsaber is one word, so that's the copyright. If they just called it light space saber, would they be able to call it that? I don't know.
I'm sure someone would sue.
Probably. Well, the Sunblade requires attunement, though, doesn't it?
Yes.
So that would need to spend an hour doing.
And it does radiant damage, not fire.
Yep.
Okay, I'll just spend this spell slot and just Qui-Gon it. Just.
Fine with me.
I don't know if I can pass it along. I think it has to be in my hand.
Yeah,
It's honestly, yeah, it's you go for it. You get the shit out of that armor.
The flaming blade, as you draw it out, which sheds bright light in the area, of course, has no trouble slicing through the ice like a hot knife through butter. In fact, the sheer heat from the blade is enough to practically melt the ice as you go through.
Cool. I'll get the chainmail and pass it to Flux. I think she's the only one who can wear it if she decided to.
As you
Couldn't Bellamy?
Oh, I think she's too.
the clericy side lets her wield it. Let me see here.
She's
If she went
proficient.
cleric first, then yes. If she went cleric second, then no.
Well, I think life
Yeah,
domain
life and
clerics are a
heavy
little
armor.
different because you get it as like a bonus profession. Clerics are the only class I think that lets you take heavy armor after the fact.
Yep.
But
And she's got it.
her strength, I think, is a little bit too weak sauce because you need
13.
13. Yeah, 13 for chain.
Otherwise,
She
you lose
can't have
10
my.
speed.
She can't have my gauntlets of ogre strength, can she? Because she doesn't have the attunement slot.
Yeah, she would need to change it up.
I will figure that one out as we go. Something for next week. But you have successfully freed a suit of a fruity chain. Mind you, it's on a corpse.
What's on a corpse?
The chain.
A well-preserved, frozen body, in fact, of a humanoid.
Can I do a medicine check while I'm taking the armor off to see what killed them?
Yep. You don't even have to roll the check, because you roll your sleeves back, you're like, right, better figure out what killed this guy, and as you pull the front of the chain open, revealing the chest, you can see a dagger lodged quite deeply into his abdomen. And it is a guy, in fact. I'm normally pretty good with the pronouns, so you know. I try my best.
Well, whoever killed him knew him well enough to get close past the armor. And is he human? Elven?
At a glance as you peek, you notice the ears are a little short for pure elven. But this was definitely a half-elf.
I'll say a little prayer in Elven then. And I don't know, give give the whole body a once over, see if there's any clues as to where this might have been, like this place where it might have been from, or such things like that.
Well, as you continue to take the clothing off, besides the dagger that's sticking out of its stomach, you do find the burnt remains of a crumpled note clutched firmly in one hand. In fact, you would have to pry the fingers open to get it free.
Lux, can you give me a hand?
Of course, I will snap the fingers off.
Ouch.
Well, that's
Like, I got
I
this.
mean, problem solved.
Did
I
you want the
guess.
whole hand, or I can try to put it back?
I just wanted to know. That's fine. You did the job.
Lulu nods. You definitely gave him a hand. Oh.
Flex will hold her hand out for a fist bump.
Oh. She comes right forward with the front of her head into your hand. Gives you the proper bump with it, too.
Yes, Lulu.
She kind of looks at her feet. She's like, these don't really bump very well. I learned that the hard way.
It's okay. You're
Serial
perfect.
punch is really hard. Oh.
If we animate dead him, does he count as a living creature for the purpose of that orb?
He's like, you're rubbing his chin. Maybe we go necromancy solve that last room. I will say, after you've torn the fingers off, you see the note in the hand practically destroyed, but the printing on it, only thing you can make out are the final words at the bottom. Sadly, nothing more of that destroyed note is legible.
Oh, I missed it. It was in a different tab.
Oh, here, I'll redo
Oh.
it. It comes up.
I thought you were just
bright
doing.
white.
I thought you were just doing an extra long dramatic pause, and then I realized you weren't. So I switched tabs. Then I was
Yeah,
like-
no, like it shows up, but it was white on white,
Yeah.
so I had
because
to
of the
highlight it
background.
before I could see it.
It's at the bottom, but it's always the white on white thanks to the effect.
That was that.
Does that dagger look like anything special?
Oh yeah, fancy intricate carvings across the hilt. Hard to tell though, it's buried beyond the crossguard. Whoever drove him to death really wanted him gone.
Taking the dagger.
Like, it's to the point that half the handle's also in its gut.
Well, I'm probably not going to do him any more harm if you want to take it.
We're sure he's dead?
Twice, but
Are we sure he's dead?
Yeah, and not a suspended animation.
Lulu's trunk twitches in the air. She goes, she smell pretty dead. I don't know though.
yeah, it's just like where he's frozen. Like, what if he's actually still alive? And we just have to thaw him out to bring him back home.
What? No, but like, what if it's a magical dagger that is suspending his life and not actually dead? And when we pull it out, he's going to be mad and attack us.
I mean, he doesn't have armor on, so.
Okay, I take the dagger.
I was
As
going to
you
say,
reach-
hang on a second. Bellamy has Spare the Dying, so if she casts that, it only affects a living creature. So if the spell fizzles out, then he's not alive.
I
Good
take
point.
I take the dagger. Don't waste the spell.
It's a cantrip.
Yeah, Bellamy's already going, yeah, I'm sorry, Jade, I'm already trying it. And you see her fingers flicking and she's doing finger guns. It isn't doing nothing, though. And this is a nice one. I really liked this one. It's a good spell, but... With that in mind as well for Jade, given how deep and hard that dagger is submerged into a frozen corpse, It's going to be an athletics check if you're going to try and rip that one free.
$19.
A 19, unfortunately, is not enough, as it remains quite affixed to its frozen corpse.
Flux, would you mind giving me a hand?
Sure. Do you want the help action or do you want me to just do it?
You do it.
Okay.
Alrighty, let's see.
And
20.
I'll give you the help action.
Okay.
Fluminoxus wraps one of those massive hands around as Jade comes up, puts an arm around her arm as well, and she's like, "Give her!" And sure enough, you pull that dagger clean and free from the body that it was once held in. Momentary pause as you're looking over the form of the fallen, possible soldier, knight, warrior, or mercenary. Hard to tell. But what might come as a surprise is the blade that you stare down at in your hand. Beautifully crafted, wonderfully designed, and the entirety of the blade etched with the same sort of celestial runes you noticed earlier on the sphere. Only, once again, you are incapable of reading them, as they don't seem to be words that you recognize.
Alec could put on his helmet, the comprehend language helmet, and see if it tells him anything other than rather than waiting for another ritual cast. Keep forgetting about that helmet.
As you pop the helmet on,
I completely forgot about the helmet too.
always nice to remember the funky things. Popping the helmet on and reading it over, you can tell that the runes themselves are powerful celestial magics, imbuing this dagger with some of the most incredible destructive capacity. Something like this can only be built for killing and destroying, which doesn't seem to make sense, given what the Celestials are meant to stand for. You go ahead and give me a perception check as you're looking close at this blade. Something about it seems off to you. Oof. I thought you'd have to get help from someone else, to be honest. I didn't think you'd break 30. But as you draw a finger over the edge of the runes and the notes, as your mind starts to drift for a moment, you can sense the darkness. The blade was forged by the hands of Celestials, their own runes carved into it by the hands of devils. Whatever this destructive hybrid of a weapon is, both sides forged it.
Well,
Oh, now we have to identify it.
that's not good. If something's bad enough to make the heavens and the hells work together.
So I cast identify on it.
Yeah, so ritual cast it, I guess? Or are we going straight cast?
I have to ritual it. It's not prepared. Although I technically haven't used the feature, so I could do it in a minute if we're pressed for time, but
It would take 11 minutes to cast Identify on the dagger to try to figure out WTF.
I personally say just spend the 11 minutes. What do you guys think?
Yeah, if you guys want to do that, Alec will start getting this body ready for some kind of burial.
Bellamy might want to cast Speak with Dead on it.
That's... Yeah. Fair point.
You get the
I
finger
can see
guns for
Courtney
that one.
suggesting. Can see Courtney suggesting that.
Speak with Dead lets us ask you 3 questions, correct?
I think it's 5.
5 questions? So
Yeah.
what? What questions would you like to ask him?
I don't know. Who are you?
What happened here? Yeah.
What happened? Yeah. What killed you? Who killed you? If they had that weapon, that might be.
Mm-hmm.
Bellamy's casually cracking her fingers, getting the spell ready. She goes, alright, I can just immediately cast this. And I already skipped the time 10 minutes, which is why I've paused the game. I'm gonna let the clock roll out 10 minutes, then I'll unpause. Basically, as you converse with the dead. She walks over, cracks her neck from side to side, starts to cast it. She goes, oh, I don't know how well this will be. I've done this a few times in the past. She points a finger. Don't ask. I lost a bar bet, but it was a good one. However, I'm not bringing back the soul here. You know that, right? She says as she starts to cast the spell. It's just gonna animate their spirit of their being, and this one's been dead for a very long time. And then she smacks the chest. The eyes light up. It goes as the corpse sort of leans forward, shivering in the frozen ice. My pants! Where are my pants?
Sorry, what did they say?
Who's
My
saying
pants?
Where are my pants?
Pants.
Oh my.
The drifted spirit of this animated corpse, retaining some semblance of what it knew, but no soul inhabits this body now. You have 5 questions before the magic fades. And while that's happening, everyone except Nimbar, since, you know, you're busy casting a spell,
Yep.
give me a perception check.
Oh. Here's the balance.
So that's a new...
Can everyone roll perception?
Yep. Flex, Alec, Jade... Who are we missing? Oh, right, Bellamy and, Oof. Nice time to roll
Ooh,
a
I
20
got
there.
it. Yeah, I'll take it. Although Jade still rolled higher than me.
That's not the point.
What you both noticed
I
with
see.
those high ones. That's a rip-off, too. It's like, I get a 20. Jade's like, I got 28. I didn't even get close. As you look over the corpse as it reanimates, you notice the body is now beginning to disintegrate. As moments pass, pieces of its flesh is crumbling away and turning to a thick black smoke that pools across the floor.
So we can't ask it any questions because there's not really a corpse there anymore.
Oh, it's still there. It's just slowly disintegrating. My mistake.
Okay.
It's slowly turning into the black fog that was Nega Dusty.
Yeah.
That their black and creepy fog that's been around since the start of the campaign. Like Mad Mage campaign.
Yeah.
Do we continue questioning it or do we run away?
Oh well, I mean, it shouldn't ask 5 questions. We probably have time.
You know who killed you? Maybe it could be one.
Yeah.
Looks up towards you, blinks a few times. Except Alec still has on that helm. Does that allow you to understand what people are saying?
It's
Yes, I believe
This-
so. He gets
Yes.
cast comprehend language.
yeah, it's the same effect as that spell.
You understand little meanings with language here. You also understand. He looks her dead in the eyes and says, "What? What are you saying? I have no idea what you're saying. What language are you even speaking?"
What language
think-
do you speak?
I feel like speak with dead might transcend that.
Let me take a look here. The corpse only knows what it knows in life, including the languages it knew.
Is it? Oh, I guess we just don't recognize the language at all. Well, he's a half elf. I'll try asking the same question, but in Elven. Like Elven's probably an older language than Common. Maybe that might work. What do you think, guys?
Not sure if anyone caught that one. Dean was planning on maybe using Elven, if you're all up for that.
I mean, it sounds good to me.
Damn it. I need to create a scroll of tongues.
Okay, I'll ask a question in Elvish, see if that works.
He pauses as his head slowly turns towards you, and you see him blinking, old worn eyes seeming to scan. "I hast not hath heard the Mathoth tongue in many years. Whereth didst thee learneth thy words are suffering?"
Okay, so this is like talking to someone with like New English with Old English. I'll answer back to him because yeah, answering doesn't burn one of your questions. It's been many years since you passed, brother. The language has changed with time.
"Indeed, but our fears should not. You question the death of mine. Feareth those folk worth mine own death? For the angels, they come for Blackrock now."
Angels come for blood.
Angels come from Blackrock.
And that's going to be enough time for Nimbars to kick in. As of now, I'm going to say you have until 6:52 in game time, another 5 minutes, to finish up asking the questions before Bellamy's spell wears out.
Oh, you said. Okay, I'll ask this one. You said pray for our kind. Do you mean the half elves, humans?
Everyone, no one is safe. None shall survive. We pray for humanity.
Okay, so by my reckoning, we've got two questions left.
Yeah.
So the first one, he didn't recognise the language. The second one told us the angels came for Blackrock, and they were seemingly out to murder everyone. I could ask him when this happened. Or is that not too relevant now?
feel like that's probably a little irrelevant, but I don't have any better questions. I say go for it. Ask him. I don't have a
Okay.
better question.
When did Black Rock fall?
What year?
Oh yeah. What year did Black Rock fall?
He pauses and looks up, and he looks a sadness upon his face as he gets your words together. He says, "Nay, the traveling lamp shall never rise again. Their armies charge us anon. I did fail. I couldn't make it back to warn. But has it already fallen? Then all hope is lost." And you notice as your questions stretch on, the body continues to crumble further into darkness, as whatever semblance held it together seems to be wearing away.
Okay, right. One question left. So the travelling lamp failed. Couldn't warn them. Has it already fallen? Ooh. Anyone get any ideas?
We asked him who killed him, but it was before we could understand him. Is that what I'm to understand?
He answered it was the angels.
Oh, right.
Oh, maybe this might work. I'll point to the dagger and say that was forged by the heavens, but inscribed with runes from hell. What caused the hells and the heavens to work together?
That's a good question.
His eyes look up towards you as you see tears stinging the ends of them. The gods.
The gods what?
I think that was the last question, so the spell will end now.
It would appear as though that first question that he didn't understand didn't count. As you look over at Bellamy like, yeah, the spell's done. You can notice now, Bellamy's down on one knee holding one hand out, blood coming down from her nose. She gives a twitch, she says, "I'm having a hard time holding this spell, guys. I didn't think I'd have to concentrate on it, but I've been concentrating for almost 10 minutes. Just ask your last question before I pass out."
Oh, jeepus.
It would appear whatever energies Bellamy's confirming that we are using to keep him going are fighting just as hard to take him away.
Name the gods. Can you name the gods?
He looks up and he grits an infernal anger upon his face. There are so many. But the deities that doubt us, that have decided we are to end. I swear I will never again follow the teachings of Saint Cuthbert. Unfortunately, if you notice the clock, you've run out of time. His body turns to ash and dust as he fades away. Bellamy partially collapsed, having taken a total of 30 points of damage from holding on to that one spell.
Well, that was strange. I've seen my father cast that spell a lot, and never once has it been like that.
Bellamy stands up slowly, wipes the blood from under her nose, shakes her head. She goes, "Yeah, never had to fight it before."
Here, drink this, and Alec will pass her a potion of healing.
Takes it, pops the cap off, chugs it back, says, "Oh, wonderful, cherry flavored." What's the roll on that one?
2d4 plus 2.
Oh, okay. That's pretty good. I rolled max on her.
Nice.
That's good.
Well, I guess I don't need to worry about burying him anymore.
So the gods deemed that this place was to be destroyed and such. I'd like to make a history check if I'm allowed to see if I've heard of anything like that before.
You're more than welcome to make the check. To try to recognize a city by the name of Blackrock that the gods deemed necessary to destroy, and never have you ever.
I would like to try as well.
By all means.
Can Copy Nimber also make the roll?
Nope.
Okay.
Even with a 23, nope. Never have you ever heard of such a thing. At that point, Lulu pops up from the corner she's been sitting in. "Oh, well, this is gonna be a mystery for you all to solve. Come on, let's get going." And starts trotting along.
Lulu,
Uh-huh.
do you know anything?
No. She just sits down. Not a thing.
Insight check.
You took the words out of my mouth, Dean. You're better.
Lulu.
No.
Instead of doing an insight check, Flux is just gonna hug Lulu and look her right in the eyes and be like, "There's a reason why you're not telling us something. You should let us know now."
Lulu pauses. She frowns a little bit and there's some tears stinging in her eyes. Well, I mean, you were a soldier, right?
Yeah.
There was a point in time your commanding officer told your commanding officer to tell your commanding officer to tell you to do something, but you couldn't tell no one, right?
Yeah.
She gives a nod of her head. So ask Zerial. I can't tell you nothing.
Fair enough. Lulu.
I am sorry, but I am sworn to secrecy, and if there's one thing I won't break, it's my oath as a celestial higher being. And besides, you see the look on her face sort of frowns a bit as she looks towards the dagger and tilts her head a bit. I will say that's above my pay grade.
I'll give her a little kiss on the head.
Gives a little, oh. Still, though, I would admit finding that here is very disconcerting. Please, once we get her back in one piece, talk to Zaria about it, because that's no good to find. No.
Speaking of it, I did finish my identify, right?
And unfortunately, as you finish identify, you find the blade cannot be identified by your hands. Lulu will clarify and say, "I'm sorry, buddy, those things are cursed. Only Celestials can equip them. Only Celestials can scan them." And...
I will hand it over to Bellamy. You've identified, don't you?
Bellamy's like, "Oh, yeah." I wonder if she counts as one. I don't know. I will have to check.
Or we could just hand it to Jade, who gets to ignore the racial stuff for equipment.
Ooh, right.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I forgot about that, Dan.
Lulu speaks up. Oh.
Wait, if Lily just told us it's cursed, none of us have removed curse. So maybe
I'll wait
we
till...
should equip it.
I will wait. Crazy, not stupid. Maybe.
Lulu nods her head. I mean, you could probably figure out a way to brute force and use it. Because, I mean, you're all not weak. But, I don't know how much I can say, but I don't recommend it. She just shakes her head. Clearly, Lulu knows a lot more about this than she's letting on.
Yeah.
But she's made the most valid point she could. She's a soldier, and her boss has told her she's not allowed to talk about this. But when Jade's mentioning, well, I could just break the rules and all that, she looks at him with a look of concern and says, oh no, please don't.
Yeah, she doesn't want to talk about it, but she doesn't want us getting hurt, clearly.
Yeah.
I will just hold on to it for now.
Oh, Dean, that didn't go through.
Oh, did he say something?
You guys. Alright. Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
Yes.
what's up?
Okay, I was just going to ask, Flux. I know we're a little past time, but I was going to ask, Jade and Flux for a private word.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. I don't know what it is, but Dean told me he wanted to talk to us. Well, me, but we didn't know Dan was playing.
That.
Flux will, excuse herself.
Right, yeah.
I have a request. And I can only take that dead half-elf there as some kind of foreshadowing. But according to Maggie, supposed to die here. So, if that happens, if you could do me a favour, that would be just swell. He'll reach into Chompy and pull out his old club, shield, and armour. These are supposed to belong to whoever's called the Guardian of the North and my clan. So, if I die, if you could take them back, I would appreciate that. If you head up to the Spine of the World Mountains, usually they're near Mirabar, but go east from there. The chances are they'll find you before you find them. Just tell them what happened. There'll be a wood elf there, about 6 foot, blonde hair. He'll want to know everything. And then he'll try and come down here and try and fix it, but don't let him. And then that'll be my father, Alistair. My mother, Mary, might try and hit you if you give her some bad news, so just forgive her. My dad might calm her down.
Flux will just kind of put her hand on his shoulder, say, I can't make any promises, but about what's going to happen or how equipped I'll be to help you, but I'm going to do everything I can to stop that from happening. If it does, you have my word.
Thanks. But there's one last thing. I never told yous in the Dungeon of the Mad Mage because I didn't know yous well enough at the time. And ever since we got down here, I dared not speak the words out loud in case it was used against us somehow. But and he'll reach into underneath his armour and pull out a chain with a ring on it. She might be there with my clan, or she might be further east with hers. But there'll be a woman by the name of Ailey. If I die, give this back to her and tell her I'm sorry I can't keep my promise. But the words that are on her tree will never change.
Do you want me to take it right now? Or do you want me to just leave it there unless something happens?
I'll wear it for now, and if things look dicey, I'll have my little buddy, and he'll tickle the imp. He'll give it to you.
Okay. Got it.
Of course, you're gonna get a thumbs up from the imp at that point. He's like, I got your back, bud.
We'll give him a very solemn bro pat.
In fact,
Then-
we might just give it to you whenever we hear the bells.
Fair enough. Let's hope that doesn't happen.
Yeah, let's hope for the best, but prepare for the worst.
Always.
And during this heartfelt conversation, I will say Lulu's mostly been staring at that dagger with a rather reserved look of sadness on her face.
After I finish up with Alec, I'll over to Lulu and see how she's doing.
She'll look towards and be like, oh, hey, everything go all right. We gotta do some more flying and keep going, because, I don't like this spot.
You okay, Lulu?
She gives a nod. She goes, oh, yeah, it's just moderately disconcerting. Oh, and I will say, I almost forgot, from the Nimbar's identification attempt, the only thing you could get was the name of the dagger. And it appears to be almost factory made. The Apocalypse Dagger. Really basic name for it. Without being able to attune to it or any of that stuff, it functions as a +3 dagger.
Nimbar would have let the others know that, of course.
Well, I mean, that's a cool name, all told.
It's a cool name, but it doesn't fill me with joy.
I have two questions. One, Kaz, do you recognize this dagger at all? And two?
Of course. It is an Apocalypse Blade. One of a sequence.
Okay, I'll pry him later. Two, what happened to the Shield of the Hidden Lord again?
Oh, it became Gargoth. But the actual shield itself is in one of the bags of holding.
Pretty much a +2 shield that he can communicate telepathically through now, and that's it.
Does it require attunement?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, that's all I had to ask.
And so at that moment, the sword speaks up to you again. Well, I'll make a deal with you. If you really want to know what it is.
No, I'm listening.
Wonderful. The next fight, use me to slay the enemy. That's all I ask. My blade grows dull with a lack of use, and I desire death.
Is this the sort of cast that's speaking?
Yep.
Okay.
Jade asked if it knew anything, and it's like, of course I know what an Apocalypse Blade is.
Right.
Doesn't Jade have 2 sentient blades? Like Honeysickle is one, but I
Mhm.
want to say he had a second one. Or am I
Nope.
crazy?
Nope. I only have the one.
Okay, I'm going crazy apparently.
Just Honeysickle, who does not have knowledge of Apocalypse Blades. He does have knowledge of the Sword of Kaz, though, and has already whispered to Jade, "I'm not saying shit around that guy, he'll cut me in half."
Who is going to carry the Apocalypse Blade?
Oh, Jade will.
It's like, this thing's dangerous. Sounds like it could kill us, too. Jade grabs it. Well, that's me. Just mark another one on the list. I'll say hello to death and play Parcheesies with him.
Okay, just updating my item notes.
Unfortunately, the Sword of Kaz does not allow me to use my class benefits, so I would probably not wield it.
Good old long swords, hey?
Yep. But the Sunblade allows me to do that, so.
Good old not longsword, hey?
Right? If you're proficient with a dagger, you can use the longsword called the Sunblade.
So many nice
It
little
is.
nasty things.
It's odd that they let rogues be proficient with long swords, but it's
They
not
need the
bad.
finesse. You can get some longswords that have the finesse property, which would allow me to use all my abilities.
Okay.
You-
I mean, from a historical standpoint, which I know is pointless, but most long swords are finesse weapons.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. If you wanted to not finesse, you used a greatsword.
Yeah.
Or an axe. Or just arrows. It's like, shit, they have munitions. Fall back!
What solves most of our problems? Stabbing things. How can we make that better? We could stab them from really far away. Gold star.
Love it.
The creation of the bow and arrow.
Dean, have you ever told them how much you don't like archers?
Yeah, I used to do historical reenactment, and I hated archers because they didn't have to adhere to the same combat rules.
Oh, that's
So
a
they
rip-off.
could like stand back and shoot you, and then if you got close enough, if they hadn't passed their combat test, then they would just like surrender, give up, and you wouldn't be able to like attack them,
Oh, that's
which I
boring.
thought was tremendously unfair.
You just walk up and it's like, game over, you win. Oh, that sucks. I wanted to hit them. I
Sorry, this
respect
was in
that.
what? What was
I
this?
used to do historical reenactment. I was
Oh,
part
okay.
of the Viking Society of Britain, so it was mostly Dark Age, early medieval stuff.
That'd be some fun stuff.
That'd be pretty cool to do.
Some dude runs out onto the field with the Baroque lute in hands playing, and everyone just stops and says, no, that's after the Middle Ages. Get out of here.
Pretty much.
Love it. I
Um,
love that stuff. That's a lot of work goes into that, too, and a lot of research. That's really impressive, man.
Yeah, cheers. I can
Yeah,
send you some pictures of some of the battles if you are interested.
I remember you bringing in your armor for Halloween,
Oh, I
which
remember
was
that.
pretty awesome.
Yeah, that was my early medieval stuff. The padded jacket and my warhammer was new, but the shield it'd seen a few fights.
Many years ago, when I worked at a call center called Teletech, one of our co-workers, she was sitting there knitting chainmail for that purpose. And I'm like, oh, how long you been working on that? She goes, about 3 months. And I'm like, oh, shit.
Oh yeah, it's That's why it's so expensive, because someone's just got to sit there and do it.
Twist and bend and twist and bend and link and twist and ow shit. Twist and bend and twist and bend. So, as we're getting almost out of time today, we've gone a little bit over, but I mean we didn't play last week. The Sword of Kaz has pointed out, it'll gladly tell you, but you have to wield it in combat for the next fight. It wants you to kill something, but essentially, wielding it in combat is what you're going to have to do if you want the info from it.
Did everybody hear that, or was it just Jay that heard that?
Oh, that's to everybody. The Sword of Kaz is not singular in how it communicates. It's too egotistical.
He casts a wide net.
Oh yeah. He hasn't killed anything in a millennia. He's desperate. That killing that one sludge monster of doom, the mimic. There we go. That felt good. He's got a little taste for it. He wants to get it back now. You know how it is. The other flip of that is, I can leave that and the information on the Apocalypse Blade up in the air until next week.
Yeah. Oh, it's... Essentially, we're not going to get any real answers until we fight enemy, so it's probably a good place to... stop.
And if we're really lucky, the servers will come back up and I can rip all these images down for next week. I mean, it works, but you can see where the sword's at, how the map's a little more blurry up that way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it doesn't look great. It works, but it's... Alright then. Well,
I'm glad we decided to go north before east, though. Now we have a flying carpet, which will make traveling easier.
and a fruity chain, and plot devices.
Yeah.
That has poor Lulu shook. But definite props to the team. I'm gonna do an insight check. Jillian just walks over, sits down. Lulu. Lulu breaks. She's like, I can't be mean to any of you anymore. Oh, I love Lulu. She's one of my favorite NPCs the game's ever given us. She's up there. Definitely up there.
Who's your favorite?
Oh, that's a hard pick. Like, the Xanathar is pretty awesome because he has his pet goldfish, and a few other ones like that they've popped up. Like, oh, what's his name? He did the Sean Connery reference from Waterdeep. Jarlax. Him. He's a really good one, too. Ironically, I'm not a big fan of Drist. I love him, but I don't use him because it's kind of like, hey, look, Superman just walked into the story. You know.
Actually, speaking of Xanathar, I did show you guys, like, Maro's spoilers about the spoilers, right?
Oh, yeah.
And, like, Legendary Beholder.
Did they reveal what the Beholder is yet? Or any of those things?
Not yet. Well, as soon as I find out for sure, I will let you know.
It's gonna be something to see.
Yeah.
You'd be like, Drist 3-3. It's like, ha. Ain't no 7-7.
Yeah, Dritz actually has been already released, and I thought I posted a picture.
Yeah, he was like a 3-3 with double strike or something, essentially, wasn't it? Or with a few other nice abilities. But I mean, I'm stretching. Anyway, then, everyone, I'm gonna call it a week, because that's a good spot for us to pause, and we'll pick up next week as we work further through the Garden Maze.